say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Right, quick, march.
Gordon M. Amoth Jr.,
Edomiro Abad,
Marie Rosabad,
Andrew Anthony Abate,
Vincent Paul Abate,
Lawrence Christopher Abel,
Alana Abraham,
William F. Abrahamson,
Richard Anthony Acito,
Heinrich Bernard Ackerman,
Paul Aquaviva,
Christian Adams,
Donald Leroy Adams,
Patrick Adams,
Shannon Lewis Adams,
Stephen George Adams,
Ignatius Udo Adanga,
Christy A. Adama,
Terrence Edward Adderley Jr.,
Sophia B. Ado,
Lee Adler,
Daniel Thomas Apolito,
Emmanuel Akwasi Afuakwa,
Alok Argawal,
Mukau Kumar Agawala,
Joseph Agnello,
David Scott Agnes,
Joao Alberto de Fonseca Aguiar Jr.,
Brian G. Ahern,
Jeremiah Joseph Ahern,
Joanne Marie Aladiotis,
Shabir Ahmed,
Terrence Andre Aiken,
Godwin O. Ahala,
Trudy M. Alagero,
Andrew Alamino,
Margaret Ann Alario,
Gary M. Albero,
John Leslie Albert,
Peter Craig Alderman,
and my cousin, New York firefighter Steve Belson from Rockaway Beach, Queens. Steve was known as Mr. Ladder 24 at Engine 1 on West 31st Street near Madison Square Garden, right here in Manhattan. He was last heard from on the 44th floor while climbing up the South Tower, and will be a hero among so many on that day. I want to say, though, quickly, that each one of us who follow us in the readings of the names, as well as each person watching, no matter where you are or the language you speak, has the power to affect the world for good. Never forget the evil terrorist organizations that brought these towers down, killing almost 3,000 innocent lives, including those at the Pentagon and on the 4 hijacked planes. And to all of those out there who still do not know history, please learn about the groups and the nations that continue to support global terror, including all those who still chant death to America. Enough already. Let the good people of the world unite on the side of the good and the righteous. And may God bless the United States of America, land of the free and home of the brave.
And my cousin and godfather, Ryan Daniel Fitzgerald. Every day I wear your initials on my
Todos los
shoulder.
días
I'm reminded of your
llevo
profound
tus
impact on
iniciales
my life. Your
en mi
memory
hombro.
lives on in our hearts,
La
and
memoria
your
está
family misses you
presente
deeply.
en nosotros
The love we have
y
for
te
you will
recordamos.
endure across
El amor que
generations.
tenemos por ti
We will never
perdurará a
forget
través
you
de las
or anyone who
generaciones.
tragically lost their lives that day.
Nunca te olvidaremos a ti y a los que perdieron la vida ese día. Dios bendiga a nuestras Fuerzas Armadas, a nuestros socorristas, al Grupo 298 de bomberos. Dios bendiga a Nueva York y especialmente Dios bendiga a los Estados Unidos de América.
Jacqueline Delane Aldridge Frederick,
David D. Alger,
Ernest Alicacos,
Edward L. Allegretto,
Eric Allen,
Joseph Ryan Allen,
Richard Dennis Allen,
Richard L. Allen,
Christopher E. Allingham,
Anna S. W. Allison,
Janet Marie Alonso,
Anthony Alvarado,
Antonio Javier Alvarez,
Victoria Alvarez Brito,
Telmo E. Alvier,
Cesar Amaranto Alviar,
Tariq Amunula,
Angelo Amaranto,
James M. Amato,
Joseph Amatuccio,
Paul W. Ambrose,
Christopher Charles Amoroso,
Craig Scott Amundson,
Kazuhiro Anai,
Callisto Anaya Jr.,
Joseph P. Enchundia,
Kermit Charles Anderson,
Yvette Constance Anderson,
John Jack Andriacchio,
Michael Rourke Andrews,
Jean Ann Andrucki,
Sue Nia Ang,
Joseph Angelini Sr.,
Joseph John Angelini Jr.,
David Lawrence Angel,
Mary Lynn Edwards Angel,
Laura Angeletta,
Doreen J. Angrisani,
Lorraine Antigua,
Seima David Aoyama,
and my grandfather, Edward Joseph Papa. Grandpa Eddie, although I never got a chance to meet you, we share many of the same interests. Not only do we share the same name, but I also love to play golf. I also love the Mets and playing baseball just like you did. People always tell me we share the same smile and happy energy. I wish I could have met you, and I hope you're all making you proud.
And my dad, Stephen Francis Schlag. I love him and miss him as ever. All the years combine, they melt into a dream. Life is good, it's 88 and sunny.
Peter Paul Apollo.
Faustino Apostle Jr.,
Frank Thomas Aquilino.
Patrick Michael Araños,
David Gregory Arche.
Michael George Archensky,
Louis Arena.
Barbara Jean Aristide,
Adam P. Arias.
Michael J. Armstrong,
Jack Charles Aaron.
Joshua Todd Aaron,
Richard Avery Arno.
Myra Joy Aronson,
Japhet Jesse Aria.
Carl Francis Asaro,
Michael A. Ajiak.
Michael Edward Asher,
Janice Marie Ashley.
Thomas J. Ashton,
Manuel O. Asidimbe.
Greg A. Atlas,
Gerald Thomas Atwood.
James Otterfred,
Louis F. Aversano Jr.
Ezra Avilias,
Sandy Ayala.
Arlene T. Babakitis,
Eustace R. Bacchus.
John J. Badakliaka,
Jane Ellen Basler.
Robert J. Bearwalter,
Andrew J. Bailey.
Brett T. Bailey,
Garnet Ace Bailey.
Tatiana Bakalinskaya,
Michael S. Baksh.
Sharon M. Balcom,
Michael Andrew Bain.
Catherine Bantis,
And my uncle, firefighter Jimmy Riches. Uncle Jimmy, we talk about you all the time and how you sound so amazing. I wish I could have met you, and I know you were cheering me on at all of my cheerleading competitions and watching over our whole family. We all know when we see a dragonfly, it's your way of saying hello to us. We will always remember you. God bless America.
and with endless love, appreciation, and admiration, my brother, FDNY Captain William O'Keefe.
Gerard Baptiste,
Walter Barron,
Gerard A. Barbara,
Paul Vincent Barbero,
James William Barbella,
Colleen Ann Barco,
Christine Jonna Barbuto,
Victor Daniel Barbosa,
David Michael Barkway,
firefighter Matthew Barnes,
Melissa Rose Barnes,
Sheila Patricia Barnes,
Evan J. Barron,
Renee Barrett Arjun,
Arthur Thaddeus Berry,
Diane G. Berry,
Maurice Vincent Berry,
Scott D. Bart,
Carlton W. Bartels,
Guy Barbsey,
Ina B. Bassina,
Alyssa Christine Burton Bosmajan,
Kenneth William Beznicki,
Lieutenant Firefighter Stephen Joseph Bates,
Paul James Taglia,
W. David Bauer,
Ivan Luis Carpio Bautista,
Marlene Capito Bautista,
Mark Lawrence Bavis,
Jasper Baxter,
Lorraine G. Bay,
Michelle Beal,
Todd M. Beamer,
Paul Frederick Bettini,
Jane S. Beatty,
Alan Anthony Bevan,
Lawrence Ira Beck,
Manette Marie Beckles,
Carl John Bedigian,
Michael Ernest Beekman,
and my grandfather, Carl W. Tepe. I hear many stories about him every day. Some make me laugh and some make me cry, but every story inspires me. Although I was never fortunate enough to meet my grandfather, he is my hero. I see parts of him in my everyday life, such as the color red, his favorite color, and I see him within my family. He is within my mom, my uncle, and my grandma, within my sister and little cousins, and I know there are parts of him within me, and I know that he is with me and my family in every step that we take.
And my grandfather, firefighter Alan Tarasarich. I would like to take this time to thank everyone who really keeps their word to never forget, so they are not forgotten. All the stories I hear about my grandfather, I've learned that he would do the same if he didn't die that day. The family misses and loves you.
Maria A. Bear,
Max J. Bilkey,
Yelena Bilalovsky,
Nina Patrice Bell,
Debbie S. Bellows,
Stephen Elliott Belson,
Paul M. Benedetti,
Denise Lenore Benedetto,
Brian Craig Bennett,
Eric L. Bennett,
Oliver Bennett,
Margaret L. Benson,
Dominic J. Berardi,
James Patrick Berger,
Stephen Howard Berger,
John P. Bergen,
Alvin Birdsong,
Daniel David Bergstein,
Graham Andrew Berkeley,
Michael J. Berkeley,
Donna M. Bernardt,
David W. Bernard,
William H. Bernstein,
David M. Beret,
David Shelby Berry,
Joseph John Berry,
William Reed Bethke,
Yanene Beatru,
Timothy D. Betterly,
Carolyn Mayer Bug,
Edward Frank Baye,
Paul Michael Bear,
Anil Tahalram Belvrani,
Bella J. Buchan,
Shimmy D. Bigliason,
Peter Alexander Bielfeld,
William G. Bigart,
Brian Eugene Bilcher,
Mark Bingham,
Carl Vincent Beanie,
and my brother, Joseph Michael Giacconi. 23 years is like 23 seconds. On September 11th, my brother disappeared. But this place has become my altar. And this ceremony is essential. Because that day he disappeared, but if I come here and I speak his name out loud and you hear his name, he will never, never disappear. We love you and thank you.
and my great.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Dr. Paul W. Ambrose. Specialist Craig S. Amundsen, United States Army. Petty Officer 3rd Class Melissa Rose Barnes, United States Navy. Master Sergeant Max J. Belkey, United States Army retired. Dr. Yenino Bitru. Petty Officer 2nd Class Chris Romeo Bashundit, United States Navy. Carrie R. Blackburn. Colonel Canfield D. Boone, United States Army. Mary Jane Booth. Donna M. Bowen. Alan P. Boyle. Bernard C. Brown II. Petty Officer 3rd Class Christopher L. Burford, United States Navy. Captain Charles F. Burlingame III, United States Navy Reserve, retired. Petty Officer 3rd Class Daniel M. Caballero, United States Navy. Sergeant 1st Class Jose O. Calderon Olmedo, United States Army. Suzanne M. Calley. Angeline C. Carter. Sharon A. Carver. William E. Caswell. Sergeant 1st Class John J. Chada, United States Army, retired. Rosa Maria Chapa. David M. Charleboy. Sarah M. Clark. Julian T. Cooper. Asia S. Cottom. Lieutenant Commander Eric A. Cranford, United States Navy. Ada M. Davis. James D. Debonair. Captain Gerald F. DeCanto, United States Navy. Rodney Dickens. Lieutenant Colonel Jerry D. Dickerson, United States Army. Eddie A. Dillard. Petty Officer 1st Class Johnny Doctor Jr., United States Navy. Captain Robert E. Dolan, Jr., United States Navy. Commander William H. Donovan, United States Navy. Lieutenant Commander Charles A. Draws III, United States Navy, retired. Commander Patrick Dunn, United States Navy. Petty Officer First Class Edward T. Earhart, United States Navy. Barbara G. Edwards. Lieutenant Commander Robert R. Elseth, United States Navy Reserve. Charles S. Falkenberg. And his wife, Leslie A. Whittington. And their 2 children, Dana Falkenberg and Zoe Falkenberg. Petty Officer Third Class Jamie L. Fallon, United States Navy.
J. Joseph Ferguson. Amelia V. Fields. Gerald P. Fisher. Darlene E. Flagg. And her husband, Rear Admiral Wilson F. Flagg, United States Navy Reserve, retired. Petty Officer Second Class Matthew M. Flacco, United States Navy. Sandra N. Foster. First Lieutenant Richard P. Gabriel, United States Marine Corps, retired. Captain Lawrence D. Getzfred, United States Navy. Cortez Gee. Brenda C. Gibson. Colonel Ronald F. Galinsky, United States Army, retired. Ian J. Gray. Diane Hale McKenzie. Stanley R. Hale. Carolyn B. Hemmen. Michelle M. Heidenberger. Sheila M.S. Hine. Petty Officer First Class Ronald J. Hemingway, United States Navy. Major Wallace Cole Hogan, Jr., United States Army. Staff Sergeant Jimmy I. Holy, United States Army, retired. Angela M. Houts. Brady K. Howell. Peggy M. Hurt. Lieutenant Colonel Stephen N. Highland, Jr., United States Army. Lieutenant Colonel Robert J. Heimel, United States Air Force, retired. Sergeant Major Lacey B. Ivory, United States Army. Brian C. Jack. Stephen D. Jacoby. Lieutenant Colonel Dennis M. Johnson, United States Army. Judith L. Jones. Ann C. Judge. Brenda Kegler. Chandler R. Keller. Yvonne E. Kennedy. Norma Cruz Khan. Karen Ann Kincaid. Lieutenant Michael S. Lamanna, United States Navy. David W. Lachek. Dong Chul Lee. Jennifer Lewis. And her husband, Kenneth E. Lewis. Samantha L. Lightborn Allen. Major Stephen V. Long, United States Army. James T. Lynch, Jr. Terrence M. Lynch.
Petty Officer, 2nd Class, Nahaman Lyons IV, United States Navy. Shelley A. Marshall. Teresa M. Martin. Ada L. Masonacker. Lieutenant Colonel Dean E. Matson, United States Army. Lieutenant General Timothy J. Maude, United States Army. Robert J. Maxwell. Renee A. May. Molly L. McKenzie. Dora Marie Menchika. Patricia E. Mickley. Major Ronald D. Milam, United States Army. Gerard P. Moran, Jr. Odessa V. Morris. Petty Officer First Class Brian A. Moss, United States Navy. Teddington H. Moy. Lieutenant Commander Patrick J. Murphy, United States Navy Reserve. Christopher C. Newton. Con Nok Nguyen. Petty Officer Second Class Michael A. Noeth, United States Navy. Barbara K. Olson. Ruben S. Ornado. Diana B. Pedro. Lieutenant Jonas M. Panic, United States Navy Reserve. Major Clifford L. Patterson, Jr., United States Army. Robert Penninger. Robert R. Ploger III. And his wife, Zandra F. Ploger. Lieutenant Darren H. Pontel, United States Navy Reserve. Scott Powell. Captain Jack D. Punches, United States Navy, retired. Petty Officer First Class Joseph J. Piceer, Jr., United States Navy. Lisa J. Raines. Deborah A. Ramser. Rhonda Sue Rasmussen. Petty Officer First Class Marcia D. Ratchford, United States Navy. Martha M. Reski. Todd H. Rubin. Cecilia E. Lawson Richard. Edward V. Rowenhorst. Judy Rowlett. Sergeant Major Robert E. Russell, United States Army, retired. Chief Warrant Officer William R. Ruth, United States Army Reserve. Charles E. Sabin, Sr. Marjorie C. Salamone. John P. Sammartino.
Colonel David M. Scales, United States Army. Commander Robert A. Schlegel, United States Navy. Janice M. Scott. Lieutenant Colonel Michael L. Selves, United States Army, retired. Marion H. Serva. Commander Dan F. Schnauer, United States Navy. Antoinette M. Sherman. Diane M. Simmons. And her husband, George W. Simmons. Donald D. Simmons. Cheryl D. Sincock. Chief Petty Officer Greg H. Smallwood, United States Navy. Lieutenant Colonel Gary F. Smith, United States Army, retired. Mary Ray Supper. Robert Spiesman. Patricia J. Stotts. Edna L. Stevens. Norma Lang Sturley. Sergeant Major Larry L. Strickland, United States Army. Hilda E. Taylor. Lieutenant Colonel Kip P. Taylor, United States Army. Leonard E. Taylor. Sandra C. Taylor. Sandra D. Teague. Lieutenant Carl W. Teepee, United States Army, retired. Sergeant Tamara C. Turman, United States Army. Lieutenant Commander Otis V. Tolbert, United States Navy. Staff Sergeant Willie Q. Troy, United States Army, retired. Lieutenant Commander Ronald J. Vach, United States Navy Reserve. Lieutenant Colonel Karen J. Wagner, United States Army. Meta L. Fuller Waller. Specialist Chin Sun Pak Wells, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Madeline A. White, United States Army. Sandra L. White. Ernest M. Wilshire. Lieutenant Commander David L. Williams, United States Navy. Major Dwayne Williams, United States Army. Chief Petty Officer Marvin Roger Woods, United States Navy, retired. Captain John D. Yemnicki, Senior, United States Navy, retired. Viggy Yancey. Petty Officer Second Class Kevin W. Yoakum, United States Navy. Chief Petty Officer Donald M. Young, United States Navy. Edmund G. Young, Jr. Lisa L. Young. Shu-Yen Young. And her husband, Yu Guang Zheng.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. 'Twas blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, 'twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. Because precious dear, that grace appeared, the hour I first believed. Amazing grace, how sweet.
The Lord has promised good to me. His word my hope secures. He will my shield and portion be, as long as life endures.
Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. 'Tis grace has brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. Grace, amazing grace.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the invocation.
Would you please join me in prayer? God of all creation and the giver of life, we
Señor
give
de la
thanks for the
creación
bountiful
y
blessings
dador
you've
de vida,
bestowed upon the United
te
States
damos
of America.
gracias por las
The very
bendiciones
freedoms
que
that
has
so
dado
often
sobre
take
los
for
Estados
granted.
Unidos de América,
The
la
leaders,
libertad
both
que
nationally as
damos
well as
por
those who
sentada
lead and
muchas
serve
veces,
throughout the various
los
levels of
líderes que
government.
nos guían y nos
For the
sirven a distintos niveles del
peacekeepers and those who
gobierno,
serve to
por
uphold
quienes
law
mantienen la paz,
and order.
sirven
We
para
are a
defender la
truly
ley y el
blessed
orden.
nation.
Somos una
We
nación
pause on this
realmente
anniversary to
bendecida.
remember those
En
who
este
perished on
aniversario
that
hacemos una
fateful
pausa para
day
recordar a los que murieron en aquel terrible
2001.
día en 2001. Recordamos sus nombres, sus sueños, sus familias que los representan hoy aquí y a los incontables más cuyas vidas fueron trágicamente tocadas o destruidas por su pérdida. Recordamos a los socorristas, más de 400 policías, 340 bomberos y miles de miembros de las Fuerzas Armadas que se entregaron en servicio a nuestro país. Recordamos al liderazgo de nuestro país y a todos sus esfuerzos para asegurar que nunca más enfrentáramos un ataque mortal de esa magnitud. Al cumplir 23 años desde ese día, recordamos que, aunque caminamos por el valle de las sombras, no le tenemos miedo al mal. No olvidemos nunca ese día. Honremos por siempre a aquellos que murieron innecesariamente y a aquellos que heroicamente acudieron a ayudar a los heridos. En tu precioso nombre oramos. Acompáñeme en un momento de silencio para honrar a los caídos ese día, el 11 de septiembre de 2001.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, General C.Q. Brown Jr., Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
As we stand here on this somber day,
En este día sombrío, reflexiono en las palabras del poeta Lawrence Binion, recordado por su poema Los Caídos, por los Caídos, donde dice: no van a envejecer como nosotros. La edad no los va a afectar, ni los van a condenar los años. Con el amanecer y con el ocaso los vamos a recordar. Hoy nos reunimos a la sombra solemne del Pentágono, un símbolo perdurable de la fortaleza de nuestra nación. Nos unimos para recordarlos, para recordar a los héroes cuya valentía iluminó las horas más oscuras, y honramos a las familias que han sufrido la pérdida más terrible durante 23 años, llevando una carga inimaginable. Nuestra nación, este edificio y las vidas de todos aquí quedaron marcadas ese día por un acto de violencia terrible. No obstante, frente a la adversidad, esto demostró nuestro espíritu inquebrantable, el poder perdurable de la unidad, testimonio a nuestra perseverancia, a nuestra resiliencia como nación. Hoy nos unimos para recordar ese día, la pérdida y la determinación. Ese día, un martes, hace 23 años, que amaneció como un día cualquiera en el Pentágono, pero a las 9:37 de la mañana, la rutina de la mañana se vio afectada por una explosión. cuando el vuelo 77 de American Airlines se estrelló contra el Pentágono. Los que estaban allí hablan del olor del incendio, del humo que se propagó por los corredores del edificio. Pero muchos destacaron que no había pánico a pesar de la confusión y el shock. En medio del caos y el terror, hubo una sensación de calma en la gente que estaba aquí, tanto militares entrenados como profesionales civiles, dedicados a ayudar a los heridos, dedicados a mantener la misión, mientras las familias esperaban para escuchar que sus seres queridos estaban bien. Algunas familias nunca recibieron esa confirmación. El vuelo 77 había salido a las 8:20 de la mañana rumbo a Los Ángeles. Había 5 niños a bordo, 3 de ellos, Ronnie Dickens, Agent Compton y Bernard Brown. Iban camino a explorar las islas de California con National Geographic, un reconocimiento a su desempeño estudiantil y una celebración del futuro que tenían por delante. 2 hermanas, Zoe y Dina Falkenberg, estaban viajando con sus padres, emocionadas de comenzar una nueva vida en Australia. A las 9:37, esos niños y los 54 pasajeros y tripulantes del avión vieron sus vidas cegadas a escasos metros de donde estamos. Y con ellos 125 efectivos militares y civiles, personas que habían dedicado años de su vida al servicio a nuestro país, gente que había ido a trabajar ese día sin saber que su servicio culminaría con la ofrenda de sus vidas. Pero en medio de la destrucción surgió algo muy profundo, una demostración de determinación. Fue la valentía de aquellos que corrieron hacia el peligro, los que decidieron no huir, sino quedarse a ayudar para salvar vidas en un momento de oscuridad. En el reporte de la Comisión del 11 de septiembre, en la sección pertinente al Pentágono, titulada Heroísmo y Horror, se habla de una combinación de entidades locales, estatales y federales que se unieron para sofocar el incendio, atender a los heridos y mantener la misión. Pero no se mencionan los incontables actos de valentía que no quedaron registrados, la determinación de aquellos que siguieron en sus puestos. Había temor, sí, pero ese temor se vio opacado por la determinación a servir. En medio de la tristeza y de la ira, los que se quedaron ese día decidieron honrar a los caídos, uniéndose para proteger y para servir. Hay muchas historias de gente que corrió hacia los escombros en llamas para socorrer a otros, para rescatar y para ayudar a más gente. Estaban allí en medio de las cenizas y del humo. Algunos tuvieron que ser detenidos por los agentes de seguridad para que no volvieran a entrar, porque su instinto era correr hacia las llamas, sin pensar en su seguridad personal, para ayudar a aquellos que seguían en peligro. En medio de la destrucción y los rescates que seguían en el ala oeste, el resto del edificio siguió perseverante, reubicando estaciones de vigilancia, restableciendo comunicaciones y preparándose para potenciales ataques subsiguientes. Si bien esta ala del Pentágono se vino abajo, el edificio en general mantuvo la misión por el coraje y la determinación de la gente de ese día. Así que hoy nos unimos para apoyarnos mutuamente, para hacer lo posible para apoyarnos unos a otros, para honrar los sacrificios de tantos y para cumplir nuestra obligación de recordar. Recordamos ese día, recordamos la determinación, pero especialmente recordamos la pérdida. La pérdida aquí en el Pentágono, en el World Trade Center y en los campos de Pensilvania. Los hijos, hijas, madres, padres, hermanos y hermanas que murieron ese día y nunca serán olvidados. Dios bendiga a nuestros caídos, Dios los bendiga a todos ustedes y Dios bendiga a los Estados Unidos de América.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd J. Austin III.
General Brown, gracias por esas conmovedoras palabras. Familiares de los caídos, sobrevivientes y socorristas, nuestros excepcionales efectivos militares, damas y caballeros. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. Tengo el honor de estar aquí nuevamente con ustedes en este día de recordación y determinación. Y en nombre de todo el Departamento de Defensa, permítanme expresar mis más profundas condolencias a los familiares, amigos y allegados de las 184 vidas que nos fueron robadas hace 23 años en un día como hoy. Aquí en el Pentágono y en el vuelo 77. Hemos reparado los daños que sufrió el edificio, pero no podemos reparar el daño en sus corazones. Nada puede arrebatarle su dolor y ninguna cantidad de tiempo puede darle sentido al peor ataque terrorista en la historia de los Estados Unidos. Y yo sé que para aquellos cuyas vidas se vieron afectadas para siempre el 11 de septiembre, esto puede parecer como si más y más estadounidenses están volviendo a la normalidad en cada nuevo 11 de septiembre. Pero no aquí, no en el Pentágono, porque nosotros recordamos a los hombres y mujeres del Departamento de Defensa. Ellos recuerdan y siempre vamos a recordar. En cada septiembre nos reunimos aquí, cerca de las sillas del monumento. Pero los soldados y el personal del departamento no necesitan venir a este lugar específico para recordar el 11 de septiembre. Saben, nosotros no trabajamos cerca de un monumento de recordación, trabajamos en un monumento de recordación. Todos los días servimos en el único edificio que sobrevivió al ataque de Al Qaeda el 11 de septiembre. Y cada día llevamos con nosotros un poderoso sentido de propósito. Y es por eso que hay una parte de los escombros del 11 de septiembre en exhibición frente a mi oficina, para que los visitantes y todos los miembros del equipo lo puedan ver. Es un recordatorio constante que el 11 de septiembre no es un elemento de la historia distante. Es algo que está entrelazado con la misión del departamento y está capturado en las historias de aquellos que estuvieron aquí. Seguimos honrando a los compañeros queridos que perdimos, a los socorristas que corrieron hacia las llamas, las familias que nos llenaron de humildad con su resiliencia y los sobrevivientes que siguen inspirándonos a todos nosotros. Hoy pienso en dos hermanas, Patty Mickley y Kathy Dilbert. En el otoño de 2001, Patty estaba trabajando en la Agencia de Inteligencia de Defensa y Kathy trabajaba para el Departamento del Ejército. Y el 11 de septiembre comenzaron su día como lo hacían con frecuencia, conversando en la mañana en el patio del Pentágono. La hija de Patty se había graduado una semana antes de la guardería del Pentágono y estaba comenzando su primer día de preescolar. Así que Patty le dijo a su hermana menor acerca de esto. Y luego se fue cada una por su lado. Esa fue su última conversación. Kathy quedó devastada por el asesinato de su hermana, pero canalizó su sufrimiento en servicio, trabajando con el Fondo de Recordación del Pentágono. Y Kathy dijo, ese fue el nexo que me mantuvo aquí. Y nos sentimos agradecidos que Kathy esté hoy con nosotros. El 11 de septiembre, el personal, las familias y los niños de la guardería del Pentágono donaron una pequeña placa que se encuentra en el patio del Pentágono. Honra a Patty y a Shelley Marshall, otra miembro del equipo que murió el 11 de septiembre. Sus niños estaban en la guardería esa mañana. La hija de Shelley Marshall, Chandler, es hoy en día una abogada que brinda asistencia a refugiados afganos. Y su hijo, Drake, se está entrenando en Fort Liberty para ser miembro de las Fuerzas Especiales. Están aquí hoy con su padre, Don, quien los levantó con amor. Y la placa que está en el patio del Pentágono para Patty Mickley y Shelley Marshall dice, no se han ido mientras vivan en los corazones de otros. No se van los que viven en los corazones de otros. Después del 11 de septiembre, el temor se transformó en determinación y la determinación se tradujo en acción y en servicio. Y prueba de ello es que podemos ver la vida de Kevin Schaefer. En la mañana del 11 de septiembre, Kevin era un teniente de guardia en el centro de comando del Pentágono. Él estaba viendo las noticias de Nueva York y cayó al piso por la fuerza de una explosión. Casi la mitad de su cuerpo sufrió terribles quemaduras, pero de alguna manera él se arrastró a través de los escombros hacia los rescatistas y durante 3 meses luchó en una unidad de quemados solo para sobrevivir. Y todavía lleva las cicatrices del 11 de septiembre. El ataque al Pentágono puso fin al servicio de Kevin a la Armada, pero no a nuestro país. Kevin pensó en qué iba a hacer después. Y él levantó la mano para servir una vez más, esta vez como civil. En 2003 fue seleccionado como uno de los profesionales civiles en la comisión del 11 de septiembre. Y desde su escritorio gubernamental, en un cubículo, en una oficina gubernamental, él decidió colocar las fotografías de los secuestradores del 11 de septiembre. En la comisión él trabajó para buscar la verdad y darle claridad a la maldad de esos terroristas. A raíz del 11 de septiembre, estadounidenses como Kevin y Kathy convirtieron el dolor en elegancia y la agonía en determinación. Historias como las de ellos nos recuerdan lo que perdimos, pero también nos recuerdan ¿Quiénes somos? Somos los Estados Unidos de América. Nosotros no nos doblegamos ante el terrorismo y en momentos de incertidumbre, nuestro norte sigue siendo la Constitución. Este departamento no solo defiende a nuestro país y a nuestros ciudadanos, también defiende los valores fundacionales de los Estados Unidos: democracia, libertad bajo la ley. Y esos ideales han inspirado a generaciones de patriotas para salir al frente y para llevar los uniformes del país. Y lo siguen haciendo. Solo el 6% de los soldados activos hoy estaban activos el 11 de septiembre y algunos de nuestros militares, cerca del 21% de nuestros soldados, nació después del 11 de septiembre. Algunos de nuestros soldados se enlistaron o recibieron sus comisiones cuando nuestra nación estaba sumida en el dolor. Otros se sumaron después, acicateados por un espíritu de servicio, y les estamos profundamente agradecidos. Le agradecemos a las familias militares que hicieron posible su servicio. Y hoy, especialmente, quiero agradecerle a mis compañeros veteranos de las guerras en Afganistán y en Irak. Y en memoria de todos los efectivos militares y servidores públicos de Estados Unidos que han perdido la vida en los conflictos librados después del 11 de septiembre, bajamos nuestras cabezas para recordarlos. Damas y caballeros, las Fuerzas Armadas de los Estados Unidos siguen siendo la fuerza militar más poderosa del mundo, no solo por nuestra fortaleza, sino por nuestra gente, y siempre tratamos de llevar adelante los valores de los compañeros que perdimos aquí hace 23 años. Su recuerdo es nuestra misión y sus familias son también nuestras familias. Ustedes han pasado por un dolor inacabable e inimaginable y lo han hecho con una fortaleza inimaginable. Estamos al lado de ustedes hoy y todos los días, y nos dedicamos nuevamente a vivir bajo el ejemplo y la generosidad de sus seres queridos, con ese espíritu de responsabilidad, profundo amor a nuestro país y una devoción inquebrantable hacia nuestra democracia. No se han ido porque viven en los corazones de otros. Que el recuerdo de los caídos sea una bendición, que Dios le brinde consuelo a todos los afligidos, que Dios proteja a nuestras Fuerzas Armadas y que Dios siga bendiciendo a los Estados Unidos de América. Gracias.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the singing of God Bless America and remain standing for the benediction.
While the storm clouds gather far across the sea,
we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above.
From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Wilder Alfredo Gomez.
Janine Nicole Gonzalez.
Mauricio Gonzalez.
Rosa J. Gonzalez.
Lynn Catherine Goodchild.
Calvin Joseph Gooding.
Peter Morgan Goodrich.
Harry Goody.
Kiran Kumar Reddy Goku.
Catherine C. Guraya.
Lisa Fenn Gordenstein.
Corrine Gordon.
Sebastian Gorky.
Kieran Joseph Gorman.
Thomas Edward Gorman.
Michael Edward Gold.
O. Kristen Osterholm White Gould.
Douglas Allen Gawel.
Yugi Goya.
John Richard Grabowski.
Christopher Michael Grady.
Edwin J. Graff III.
David Martin Grathman.
Gilbert Franco Granados.
Lauren Katsuzi Grandcolas and her unborn child.
Elvira Granito.
Winston Arthur Grant.
Christopher S. Gray.
Ian J. Gray.
FDNY firefighter James Michael Gray.
Tara McLeod Gray.
John M. Grazioso.
Timothy George Grazioso.
Derek Arthur Green.
Wade B. Green.
Wanda Anita Green.
Elaine Myra Greenberg.
Donald Freeman Green.
Gail R. Green.
James Arthur Greenleaf Jr.
And my beautiful mother, Barbara P. Walsh. Mommy, we miss you. You became a great grandmother.
Jeremy Logan Glick. Kristen Osterholm White Gold.
Lauren Catuzzi Grandcolas and unborn child.
My sister, Wanda Anita Green.
Donald Freeman Green. Linda Gronlund.
Richard J. Guadagno.
My uncle, First Officer Leroy Homer.
My son, Toshia Kuge.
My mom, Cece Louise Ross Lyles.
Hilda Marson. Waleska Martinez. Nicole Carol Miller.
Louis Joey Nagy II.
Donald Arthur Peterson. Jean Hoadley Peterson. Mark David Rothenberg. Christine Ann Snyder. John Talagnani. Honor Elizabeth Wienio. Deborah Jacobs Welsh.
Shortly after the Flight 93 crash site was opened to the
Poco
public,
antes de que se abriera este monumento, fui parte de una marcha organizada para venir aquí y para honrar a los pasajeros y los tripulantes que heroicamente ofrendaron sus vidas para salvar a otros. Había una carretera de tierra que pasaba cerca de la colina y la pradera, y le pregunté al funcionario Schaefer que me dijera dónde estaba el cercado donde iba a estar el memorial. Recuerdo cuando llegué allí, era un día nublado, frío y con viento. Cuando estuve allí, en el monumento provisional, vi el lugar del percance y pensé en todo lo ocurrido y las decisiones que se tomaron en base a la información que habíamos estado recibiendo y de lo que se hizo ese día para parar un acto de terrorismo. Reflexioné sobre el hecho de que ellos sabían que no volverían a casa, su último vuelo. Cuando vi el lugar donde se estrelló el avión, pensé en qué habría pasado si yo hubiera estado en el avión y sabiendo las decisiones que se estaban tomando. ¿Qué habría hecho yo ese día? Y tuve el sentido muy claro que en cualquier día yo mismo podía dar mi último vuelo. En el ámbito de los motociclistas hablamos del último recorrido. No tiene que ser por un evento trágico, sino por causas naturales. Pero ese día llega. Así que, ¿qué haré yo? Bueno, lo primero, en hacer las paces con Dios, pedir perdón por todas mis faltas y en no dejar piedras sin voltear, porque sabía que pronto yo tendría que rendirle cuentas. Le daría gracias por todas las bendiciones y por la vida que recibí, cosa que no hacemos con frecuencia. Le pediría que velara por mi esposa y mi familia hasta el día en que nos reencontráramos. Lo segundo que haría sería asegurarme que mi esposa y mis hijos supieran que los amo. A veces la vida se hace tan complicada y tan enrevesada que a veces nos ponemos a luchar contra cosas que en el sentido más amplio de las cosas son intrascendentes. Así que no debemos ceder a la rabia y reconciliarnos con amor y con perdón. La vida es muy corta, demasiado corta. Así que no dejen pasar un día sin decirle a su familia que la aman. y un abrazo y un beso pueden ir muy lejos. Esto no es parte de mis notas. A veces un beso con mi esposa es más dulce que otros días, pero me aseguro de decirle que la amo. Finalmente, espero poder demostrar generosidad y compasión y hacerle bien al prójimo. El carácter de los pasajeros y de los tripulantes se evidenció ese día. Sus acciones individuales y conjuntas ese día salvaron a muchas vidas inocentes de una tragedia. Hoy, aquí hay individuos de todos los sectores de la vida, de todos los antecedentes y familias, pero el elemento común que tenemos es que somos parte de la humanidad. Si nosotros no tomamos la decisión de servir por el bien del prójimo, el egoísmo puede adueñarse de nuestras vidas y podemos transcurrir nuestra vida sin hacerle bien a otros. Se nos pide que amemos al prójimo como a nosotros mismos. Hay quienes necesitan una palabra de aliento, que necesitan un acto de generosidad, una demostración de generosidad, de perdón y de respeto. El servir al prójimo y hacer el bien por los demás es algo significativo. Quizá algún día esto repercuta en nuestras vidas. El día de hoy es un recordatorio de eso. Ese día, cuando me marché del memorial, antes de tomar mi motocicleta y marcharme, renové mi relación con Dios. Cuando llegué a casa le dije a mi familia cuánto los amo, con besos y abrazos. Y mi determinación de tratar de hacer el bien al prójimo. Así que nuevamente estoy aquí con todos ustedes en este monumento del vuelo 93, viendo el lugar donde se estrelló el avión, y recuerdo esas cosas. Hago esta reflexión ante ustedes y los reto a que hagan lo mismo. Este día es el día. Quizá el mañana nunca llegue. Y ese es el reto que les presento. Si pueden, pónganse de pie porque tengo una plegaria que compartir y luego voy a recitar el Padre Nuestro. Le pido que me acompañen. Padre Nuestro, te agradecemos por este memorial construido y dedicado a los pasajeros y tripulantes del vuelo 93. Gracias por todos aquellos que han trabajado incansablemente para hacer de este día de recordación y este monumento algo posible. Que nunca olvidemos las vidas perdidas y el heroísmo que definió el 11 de septiembre de 2001. Señor, aquellos dramáticamente afectados por la tragedia de ese día siguen necesitando tu mano sanadora. La pérdida sigue siendo tangible. Las cicatrices físicas y emocionales persisten. Las consecuencias de ese día persisten. Por favor, tiende tu gracia y dales tu esperanza. Vela por todos aquellos que están regresando hoy a sus casas y que nunca olvidemos nuestra obligación con el prójimo. Escucha nuestras plegarias. Conoce lo que está en nuestro corazón y que tus bendiciones recaigan sobre nosotros. Gracias por este gran país, por los Estados Unidos de América. Vela por aquellos que sirven y nos protegen en el país y en el extranjero. En Dios confiamos y Dios bendiga a los Estados Unidos de América. Padre nuestro que estás en el cielo, bienaventurado sea tu nombre. Venga a nosotros tu reino y hágase tu voluntad en la tierra como en el cielo. Danos hoy nuestro pan de cada día y perdona nuestras ofensas como nosotros perdonamos a los que nos ofenden. No nos dejes caer en tentación y líbranos del mal, porque tuyo es el reino, el poder y la gloria para siempre. Amén.
Jardim.
Amy Nicole Jarrett.
Mamadou Javada.
Francois Jean-Pierre.
Maximina Jean Pierre.
Paul Edward Jeffers.
John Charles Jenkins.
And my husband, Fire Safety Director Robert J. Mayo. I wish in some way you are viewing through my proud eyes to see our precious granddaughter who carries your name forward, and the light of our lives, our resilient, sweet son, along with the support of his beautiful, supportive wife, who has allowed his grief to subside in order to thrive, to be an incredible, loving husband and father. I miss you terribly. I'm proud of your service. You're my hero, and we must never forget.
And my sister Abigail Medina, which I always have the hope in meeting up again. And Abby, this is from your daughter, Enid. On 9/11, I lost my best friend. My mom was my guide emotionally, spiritually, and even just as a New York fashionista. Everything came so effortlessly to her, and I always admire that. Her words.
D. Jones. Donald T. Jones II.
Donald W. Jones,
Judith Lauder Jones,
Linda Jones,
Mary S. Jones,
Andrew Brian Jordan the Senior,
Robert Thomas Jordan,
Albert Gunnis Joseph,
Ingeborg Joseph,
Carl Henry Joseph,
Stephen Joseph,
Jane Eileen Josiah,
Anthony Jovic,
Angel Al Warbay Jr.,
Karen Sue Juday,
Ann C. Judge,
Father Michael F. Judge,
Paul Williams Jurgens,
Thomas Edward Jurgens,
Shashikiran Lakshmikanta Kadabba,
Gavharoy Kamardanova,
Sherry Candle,
and my uncle, firefighter John G. Chipora, Engine 219. Uncle John, while I do not remember the 9 months I had with you, your accomplishments and personality have always been a constant in my life. When I see Boy Scouts, Marines, police officers, or firefighters, my thoughts go to you and your life of service. When I see acts of kindness, determination, and above all, loyalty, I think of you and everything my father and aunts have told me about your dedication to our family. I have grown in the light of your memory, and it has made me a better person. I hold these thoughts close today, and I say a prayer for you, as well as the other victims and their families. May you and every victim of this tragic day always be honored and remembered.
And my brother Anil Umarkar. Anil, today is your daughter Womika's first day of graduate school. Please give her your blessings and keep smiling on her. And my husband Ganesh K. Ladkat. Honey, I love you. I miss you. You'll be happy to know that I'm married now to a wonderful man who's a volunteer firefighter in our town, takes care of me every single day. I love you and looking forward to seeing you soon.
Howard Lee Kane,
Jennifer Lynn Kane,
Vincent D. Kane,
Jun Ku Kang,
Sheldon Robert Cantor,
Deborah H. Kaplan,
Robin Lynn Kaplan,
Alvin Peter Kappelman Jr.,
Charles H. Kaczynski,
William A. Carnes,
Douglas Jean Karpoloff,
Charles L. Casper,
Andrew K. Cates,
John A. Katsimatidis,
Robert Michael Colfers,
Don Jerome Kauth Jr.,
Hidayah Kawachi,
Edward T. Keene,
Richard M. Keene,
Lisa Yvonne Carney Griffin,
Carol Ann Kiesler,
Barbara A. Keating,
Paul Hanlon Keating,
Leo Russell Keene III,
Brenda Kegler,
Chandler Raymond Keller,
Joseph John Keller,
Peter R. Kellerman,
Joseph P. Kellett,
Frederick H. Kelly III,
James Joseph Kelly,
Joseph A. Kelly,
Maurice P. Kelly,
Richard John Kelly Jr.,
Thomas Michael Kelly,
Thomas Richard Kelly,
Thomas W. Kelly,
Timothy Colin Kelly,
William Hill Kelly Jr.,
Robert Clinton Kennedy,
and my uncle, Ian Schneider, who I know would be so proud of his beautiful family, Cheryl, Sophie, Rachel, and Jake. We miss you in the good times and the bad, but most of the times the good, because you made everything that much better. Yo, dude.
and my father, Keith Coleman, and my uncle, Scott Coleman. Not a day goes by that we don't wish you were here and think about you. Thank you for leaving a legacy so strong that your memory lives on. Thank you to the first responders, the United States military, and those who continue to fight the war on terror every day. Please pray for those still suffering from the effects of 9/11 and the families left with the void. God bless America. United we stand.
Thomas J. Kennedy, Yvonne E. Kennedy, John Richard Keohane, Ralph Francis Kershaw, Ronald T. Kerwin, Howard L. Kestenbaum, Douglas D. Ketchum, Ruth Ellen Kettler, Boris Califf, Norma Cruz Khan, Sarah Khan, Tamor Faraz Khan, Rahesh Handawal, Seilai Ku, Michael Vernon Kiefer, Satoshi Kikuchihara, Andrew Jaehoon Kim, Lawrence Don Kim, Mary Jo Kimmelman, Heinrich Kimmig, Karen Ann Kincaid, Amy R. King, Andrew M. King, Lucille Teresa King, Robert King Jr., Lisa King Johnson, Brian K. Kinney, Takashi Kinoshita, Chris Michael Kirby, Robert Kirkpatrick, Howard Barry Kirschbaum, Glenn Davis Kerwin, Helen Crossan Kittle, Richard Joseph Claris, Peter Anton Klein, Alan David Kleinberg, Karen Joyce Klitzman, Ronald Philip Clofer, Stephen A. Knapp, Eugenie Niazaviv, and my grandfather, Edward Calderon. Papa, I never met you, but from the stories I've heard, I feel like you're my best friend. I felt your presence in many ways, from walking down the aisle with me for my 8th grade graduation to my first day of high school. You impacted many people, including myself. Whenever we speak of this dreadful tragedy in school, I always bring you up. I've learned many things about you. You're caring, funny, outgoing, and most importantly, a hero. I'm proud to say I spent all 14 years of my life looking up to you. I aspire to be just like you, an actor, singer, and dancer. I hope I made you proud in all my school plays, even though I know you're in the front row looking right at me. I love you always, and God bless America.
And my uncle Martín Morales en Puertecal. Tío Martín, han pasado 23 años sin tu presencia física, pero de nuestros corazones jamás has partido, y así seguirás por siempre. Gracias por ser nuestro ángel.
Andrew James Knox,
Thomas Patrick Knox,
Rebecca Lee Kabori,
Deborah A. Kobus,
Gary Edward Ketchler,
Frank J. Costner,
Ryan Cohart,
Vanessa Lynn Shabislo Kolpak,
Irina Kolpakova,
Suzanne Rose Kondratenko,
Abdullah Kone,
Bonsiok Ku,
Dorada Kopasitko.
Scott Michael Kopitko.
Bohan George Kastish.
Danielle Kasulis.
David P. Kovalsin.
John J. Kren.
William Edward Krukowski.
Ludmila Casido.
Toshiya Kuge.
Shekhar Kumar.
Kenneth Bruce Kumpel.
Frederick Koo Jr.
Patricia A. Kuras.
Nauka Kushatani.
Thomas Joseph Kuvaikis.
Victor Kwarkai.
Raymond Kui Phi Kwok.
Angela Reed Kite.
Andrew Lacorte.
Carol Ann LaPlante.
Jeffrey G. Latouche.
Catherine L. Labori.
Amarnath Lachman.
Ganesh K. Ladkit.
James Patrick Lodley.
Joseph A. LaFosse.
Jeanette Louise LaFond Mendocina.
David James LaForge.
And my husband, Brian Joseph Murphy. Although I miss you every day, I feel your presence wherever I may be. You taught me how to love fully with all of your heart and soul. You introduced me to unconditional loving as the true meaning of life. I am forever grateful for our time together, for our children, Jessica and Layla, and for your wonderful family whom I cherish. Thank you, New York, for continuing to honor the victims of 9/11 and for the privilege of reading their names.
And my father, Manuel Joao de Moda Jr. On my way here this morning, I thought how I woke up at the same time. I left the same house. I drove the same route. And I came to the same place my father came to 23 years ago. My father, Manuel, left this life suddenly, and he left this life too soon, before I had the opportunity to meet him. But this memorial and the people we lost on that horrible morning serve as a reminder to all of us to cherish what matters most: family. I love you, Dad, and not a day goes by where I don't think of you. Your wife, siblings, children, family, and friends all love and miss you very much. Thank you.
Michael Patrick Lafort.
Alan Charles LaFrance.
Juan Mendez Lafuente.
Neil Kwangwa Lai.
Vincent Anthony Leta.
William David Lake.
Franco Lalama.
Chow Kwan Lam.
Michael S. Lamama.
Stephen LaMancha.
Amy Hope Lansdorf.
Robert T. Lane.
Brendan Mark Lang.
Roseanne P. Lang.
Vanessa Lang Langer.
Mary Lou Langley.
Peter J. Langone.
Thomas Michael Langone.
Michelle Bernadette Lanza.
Ruth Sheila Lappin.
Ingeborg A.D. Larrabee.
Robin Blair Larkey.
Judith Camilla LaRoque.
Christopher Randall Larrabee.
Hamadou S. Larry.
Scott Larson.
John Adam Larson.
Natalie Janice Lasden.
Gary Edward Lasco.
Nicholas Craig Lassman.
Paul Lazinski.
Charles A. Lorenzen.
Stephen James Laria.
Maria Lavash.
Dennis Francis Lavelle.
Janine Mary Laverde.
Anna A. Laverty.
Stephen Lawn.
Robert A. Lawrence Jr.
Nathaniel Lawson.
And my wife, Arlene Ava Freed. We love you and will miss you forever. And you would be so proud of your daughters and grandchildren. We all love you. Thank you.
And my big brother, Andrew Ira Rosenblum. Over the last 2 decades, Andrew, your 2 young sons have grown into fine young men with families of their own. You have 4 grandchildren that are absolutely beautiful. They are your legacy. You will live through them. We love you and we think of you every day. Every day is a gift. Let's all remember that. Thank you to local law enforcement, our military, our first responders, and our intelligence services that have kept us safe for these last 23 years. God bless the United States of America.
David W. Lachek.
Eugene Gabriel Lazar.
James Patrick Leahy.
Joseph Gerard Levy.
Neil J. Levy.
Robert G. LeBlanc.
Leon Labor.
Kenneth Charles Leday.
Alan J. Liederman.
Elena F. Ledesma.
Alexis Leduc.
Daniel John Lee.
David S. Lee.
Dong Chul Lee.
Gary H. Lee.
Yoon Jun Lee.
Juanita Lee.
Catherine Blair Lee.
Linda C. Lee.
Lorraine Mary Green Lee.
Stuart Sue Jin Lee.
Richard Y. C. Lee.
Stephen Paul Lefkowitz.
Yang Der Lee.
Edward Joseph Lehman.
Adriana Legro.
David R. Leisman.
Eric Lehrfeld.
Joseph Anthony Lenahan.
David Prudencio Lamagne.
John Robinson Lenore.
John Joseph Lennon Jr.
Matthew G. Leonard.
Jorge Luis Leon Sr.
Charles A. L'Esperance.
Michael Lepore.
John Dennis Levi.
Jeff Levin.
And my brother, firefighter Paul Hanley Keating. Paulie ran to the South Tower and walked into heaven. We miss him every day. Until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand.
Alicia Karen Levin. And my uncle, Charles Gregory Costello Jr. While many ran from the towers that morning, you ran inside to save others. You will always be missed. You will always be my hero. You will never be forgotten. And you will always be my amazing Uncle Chuck. We love you and we miss you so much.
Neil David Levin.
Robert Levine.
Robert Michael Levine.
Shai Levenhar.
Daniel M. Lewin.
Adam J. Lewis.
Jennifer Lewis.
Kenneth E. Lewis.
Margaret Susan Lewis.
Yi Wei Liang.
Orosri Liang Thunasarn.
Daniel F. Libretti.
Ralph Michael Lichardi.
Edward Lichtshine.
Samantha L. Lightborn Allen.
Stephen Barry Lilienthal.
Carlos R. Lila.
Craig Damian Lilor.
Arnold Arboleda Lim.
Daria Lin.
Wei Rong Lin.
Nikki L. Lindo.
Thomas V. Linehan Jr.
Robert Thomas Linane.
Alan Patrick Linton Jr.,
Diane Teresa Lepari,
Kenneth P. Lira Aravala,
Francisco Alberto Liriano,
Lorraine Lisi,
Paul Listen,
Vincent M. Lito,
Ming Hao Lu,
Nancy Liz,
Harold Liscano,
Martin Lazul,
George Andrew Janis,
Elizabeth C. Logler,
Catherine Lisa Luguidice,
Jerome Robert Lohez,
Michael William Lomax,
and my aunt, Larissa Ceylon Taylor. Everyone loves and misses you dearly, Auntie, and if our love could keep you alive, you would have lived forever.
and my uncle, Anthony Portillo. You've been reunited with Grandpa and Didzy. We thank you for the laughs that you shared with us, the love that you've given us, for everything. Please keep watching over the family. We miss you. We will always love you. To the members of Engine Company 226, the 6 members that we lost, may God bless you. God bless the company. God bless our friend and big brother, Peter Anthony Kyoto, that we lost to 9/11 related illness. And God bless our friend, our brother, Mark Anthony Batista. We love you. We miss you. Thank you.
Stephen V. Long.
forgotten. We all love you. We miss you every day. And next year, I get to marry my best friend. Wish you got to meet her. Don't worry, I'll save you a seat in the front.
Robert G. McCarthy.
Stanley McCatskill.
Katie Marie McCloskey.
Juliana Valentine McCourt.
Ruth Magdalene McCourt.
Charles Austin McCran.
Toniel F. McDay.
Matthew T. McDermott.
Joseph P. McDonald.
Brian Grady McDonald.
Michael P. McDonald.
John F. McDowell Jr.
Eamon J. McEnany.
John Thomas McCarolyn Jr.
Daniel Francis McKinley.
Mark Ryan McGinley.
William E. McGinn.
Thomas Henry McGinnis.
Michael Gregory McGinty.
Ann Walsh McGovern.
Scott Martin McGovern.
William J. McGovern.
Stacy Senes McGowan.
Francis Noel McGuinn.
Thomas F. McGinnis, Jr.
Patrick J. McGuire.
Thomas M. McHale.
Keith David McHeffy.
Ann M. McHugh.
Dennis J. McHugh III.
Dennis P. McHugh.
Michael Edward McHugh Jr.
Robert G. McIlvaine.
Donald James McIntyre.
Stephanie Marie McKenna.
Molly L. McKenzie.
Barry J. McKeon.
Evelyn C. McKinnedy.
Daryl Laren McKinney.
George Patrick McLaughlin Jr.
And to the eternal beauty that was my cousin, Janine Nicole Gonzalez. Your 28th birthday was only days away when this tragedy occurred, and I can't even fathom what your last thoughts could have been. Did you panic? Were you calm? I'm 29 years old now, and although I was only 6 years old at the time, one can never forget such a fiery and fierce spirit. Your energy was that of a bridge between other souls, as your presence was all that was needed to bring people together. You see, Janine worked at the insurance company in the South Tower on the 102nd floor, but she aspired to be an event planner, someone who could coordinate concerts for Latin and hip-hop bands. Her drive and passion still live on through myself and my family. I'm reminded today, as I look at all of you courageous people, that us New Yorkers are a force to be reckoned with. Despite our differences, we are able to find a common ground in our pain and our strength. There's a certain resilience that can only be found here in this melting pot, but maybe I'm a little biased. I'm sending you all healing energy. May our loved ones rest in love and light.
And my father, Police Officer Paul Talty, we love and miss you always.
Robert C. McLaughlin, Jr.
Gavin McMahon.
Robert D. McMahon.
Edmund M. McNally.
Daniel Walker McNeil.
Walter Arthur McNeil.
Christine Sheila McNulty.
Sean Peter McNulty.
Robert William McPatton.
Terrence A. McShane.
Timothy Patrick McSweeney.
Martin E. McWilliams.
Rocco A. McDalia.
Abigail Medina.
Anna Eris Medina.
Damian Meehan.
William J. Meehan, Jr.
Aluk Kumar Mehta.
Raymond Meisenheimer.
Manuel Emilio Mahia.
Escadar Malaku.
Antonio Melendez.
Mary P. Melendez.
Christopher D. Mello.
Yolanda Melnuchenko.
Stuart Todd Meltzer.
Diarelia Giovanna Mena.
Dora Marie Menchaca.
Charles R. Mendez,
Lizette Mendoza,
Siobhan Alicia Mentis,
Wolfgang Peter Menzel,
Steve John Mercado,
Wilfredo Mercado,
Wesley Mercer,
Ralph Joseph Mercurio,
Alan Harvey Merdinger,
George L. Marino,
Amel Josefina Marino,
George Mercuris,
and my uncle James Patrick Leahy, NYPD Officer James Patrick Leahy of the 6th Precinct. What a true hero you were to run into the towers to save people in a time of distress, never hesitating even though it was your life that could not be saved. You will always be a hero and left a legacy never to be forgotten. It is an honor to commemorate my uncle along with all of the other individuals that lost their lives 23 years ago. Thank you, keep remembering, and continue to show kindness every day.
and my brother, New York State Court Officer Sergeant Mitchell Scott Wallace. We miss you terribly, and not a day goes by that we do not feel your presence. As the years go by, it does not get easier. Mom, Brian, Logan, Lindsay, our entire family and friends that knew you were blessed to have you as their guardian angel and inspiration. There are so many new faces in the family now, and I only wish they could hear your crazy, wicked sense of humor or watch you react with compassion and strength when someone needs help, which was precisely what you were doing on 9/11. As this morning shows, the world will never forget you or any of the victims that day. I hope that wherever life took you 23 years ago is a better place, a place where you are with Dad, and a place where we will meet again. God bless all the victims and their families.
Deborah Merrick,
Raymond Joseph Metz III,
Jill Ann Metzler,
David Robert Meyer,
Narul Mia,
William Edward Michiuli,
Martin Paul Michelstein,
Patricia E. Mickley,
Ronald D. Milam,
Peter Teague Milano,
Gregory Milanowicz,
Lukasz Tomasz Milewski,
Sharon Christina Milan,
Corey Peter Miller,
Craig J. Miller,
Douglas C. Miller,
Henry Alfred Miller Jr.,
Joel Miller,
Michael Matthew Miller,
Nicole Carol Miller,
Philip D. Miller,
Robert Allen Miller,
Robert Cromwell Miller Jr.,
Benny Millman,
Charles M. Mills Jr.,
Ronald Keith Milstein,
Robert Minara,
William George Minardi,
Louis Joseph Minervino,
Thomas Mingione,
Wilbert Mariah,
Dominic N. Merkovich,
Rajesh Arjan Mirpuri,
Joseph D. Mistruli,
Susan J. Mishkovich,
Paul Thomas Mitchell,
Richard P. Muccio,
Jeffrey Peter Mladnick,
Frank V. Mochia Sr.,
Louis Joseph Modafferi,
and my dad, Arkady Zaltzman. Two major things, Dad. This past year, I became a mom for the first time. It's been the biggest blessing of my life. Our daughter, Adeline, is named after you. Wish you could be here to be her grandpa. Second thing, even though we come from a family of Russian immigrants, You were always such a proud New Yorker and such a proud American. And when you were an architect, you promised to build us a home and that it would have an American flag waving from it. So I promise you, when I have my own home, we'll definitely put an American flag in your honor. Love you so much. Wish you could have been here for all of us.
And my husband, Stephen J. Weinberg. Stephen, it's almost impossible to comprehend how many years have passed without you with us. Our children aren't children anymore. We have a son who's now a husband, a son living his dream in Los Angeles, and your daughter is approaching 10 years with the New York Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in New York. Stephen, you will be forever missed and always remembered as a devoted and loving husband, father, son, son-in-law, brother, brother-in-law, uncle, and especially special friend you were to many. We are all grateful you were with us for far too short a time. Your legacy lives on in all of us. Keep watching over us as you eat chocolate-covered pretzels, and we will continue to make you proud.
Boy Mohammed.
Dennis Mojica.
Manuel D. Mojica, Jr.
Cleber Rolando Molina.
Manuel de Jesus Molina.
Carl Molinaro.
Justin John Molisani, Jr.
Brian Patrick Monaghan.
Franklin Monahan.
John Gerard Monahan.
Kristen Lee Montanaro.
Craig Montano.
Michael G. Montisi.
Carlos Alberto Montoya.
Antonio de Jesus Montoya Valdez.
Cheryl Ann Monyak.
Thomas Carlo Moody.
Sharon Moore.
Krishna V. Murthy.
Laura Lee DeFazio Morabito.
Abner Morales.
Carlos Manuel Morales.
Paula E. Morales.
Sonia Mercedes Morales Populo.
Gerard P. Moran, Jr.
John Christopher Moran.
John Michael Moran.
Kathleen Moran.
Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse.
George William Morell.
Stephen P. Morello.
Vincent S. Morello.
Yvette Nicole Moreno.
Dorothy Morgan.
Richard J. Morgan.
Nancy Morgenstern.
Shanae Maury.
Blanca Robertina Morocho.
Leonel Geronimo Morocho.
Dennis Gerard Maroney.
And my father, Norberto Hernandez. We love you and we miss you.
And my brother, Bernard Petronico. Bernard, we still feel the pain of your devastating loss, and we feel your presence in our growing family, in our grandchildren, and in the upcoming weddings of your nephews. We love you, we miss you so much, and you will be forever alive in our hearts. We will never forget you.
Lynn Irene Morris.
Odessa V. Morris.
Seth Allen Morris.
Steve Morris.
Christopher Martell Morrison.
Ferdinand V. Marone.
William David Moscal.
Brian A. Moss.
Marco Matroni.
Cynthia Modis Wilson.
Yuri A. Machinsky.
Jude Joseph Musa.
Peter Mutos.
Damian O'Neill Mowat.
Teddington H. Moy.
Christopher Michael Mozillo,
Stephen Vincent Muldery,
Richard T. Muldowney Jr.,
Michael D. Mullen,
Dennis Michael Mulligan,
Peter James Mulligan,
Michael Joseph Mullen,
James Donald Munhall,
Nancy Muniz,
Francisco Hilario Munoz,
Carlos Mario Munoz,
Teresa Munson,
Robert Michael Murock,
Cesar Augusto Murillo,
Mark A. Marolo,
Ryan Joseph Murphy,
Charles Anthony Murphy,
Christopher W. Murphy,
Edward Charles Murphy,
James F. Murphy IV,
James Thomas Murphy,
Kevin James Murphy,
Patrick Jude Murphy,
Patrick Sean Murphy,
Raymond E. Murphy,
and my father, Alexander Ortiz. I want to thank everyone in attendance today, and especially for the opportunity to be here today, and it's an honor and a privilege. I am happy to remember my dad as a hero and a brave man. Love and peace to all, and God bless America.
and my mom, Susan Marie Klein. We love you and miss you every day.
Robert Eddie Murphy, Jr.
John Joseph Murray.
John Joseph Murray.
Susan D. Murray.
Valerie Victoria Murray.
Richard Todd Ray.
Louis J. Nackey II.
Robert E. Nagel.
Mildred Rose Naiman.
Takamoya Nakamura.
Alexander John Robert Napier.
Frank Joseph Naples III.
John Philip Napolitano.
Catherine Ann Nardella.
Mario Nardone Jr.
Monica K. Narilla.
Sean M. Nasani.
Narendra Myth.
Karen Susan Navarro.
Joseph M. Navas.
Francis Joseph Nazario.
Glenroy I. Neblett.
Raymond Marcus Neblett.
Jerome D. Ned.
Lawrence F. Nadell.
Luke G. Nee.
Pete Negron.
Lori Ann Niera.
Ann N. Nelson.
David William Nelson.
Ginger Risco Nelson.
James A. Nelson.
Michelle Ann Nelson.
Peter Allen Nelson.
Oscar Francis Nesbitt.
Gerard Terrence Nevins.
Renee Traytalt Newell.
Christopher C. Newton.
Christopher Newton Carter.
Nancy Uringo.
And my cousin, Craig Damian Lalore. This anniversary, I am nearly the same age my cousin was when he passed away 23 years ago, 30. In reflection of that somber fact, I came across Psalm 34:14. Turn from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. So how do I and we as a country do good 23 years later to honor them? Today, it seems everyone knows the name of the next star athlete, entertainer, public figure, and can name the next can't-miss consumer product. But we all made a promise to never forget. So I invite the country and the world to please become more knowledgeable of our loved ones' names. Learn who they were, what they stood for, and what they were robbed of. Let's speak more of the names and the legacies of the victims of 9/11, not just on the anniversary. That is one of the many ways we as a nation can do good in spite of the evil from that day. May God bless my cousin, may God bless your loved ones, and may God bless the United States of America.
And my brother, Thomas Patrick Knox. I lost my brother Thomas Patrick Knox on 9/11. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald. On behalf of Tommy's wonderful wife Nancy and my parents and siblings and our extended family and countless friends, we all hold you close to our hearts forever. And we love you all the way over the universe, Tommy. God bless America.
Kong Nagak Nagoyan.
Jody Tepedino Nucella.
Kathleen Ann Nikosha.
Martin Stewart Niederer.
Alphonse Joseph Niedermeyer.
Frank John Nestat Jr.
Gloria Nieves.
Juan Nieves Jr.
Troy Edward Nilsson.
Paul Nimbley.
John Valentine Niven.
Catherine McCary Novak.
Curtis Terrence Noel.
Michael A. Noth.
Daniel R. Nolan.
Robert Walter Noonan.
Jacqueline June Norton.
Robert Grant Norton.
Daniela Rosalia Notaro.
Brian Christopher Novotny.
Soichi Numata.
Brian Nunez.
Jose Nunez.
Jeffrey Roger Nussbaum.
James A. Oakley.
Dennis Patrick Oberg.
James P. O'Brien Jr.
Michael P. O'Brien.
Scott J. O'Brien.
Dennis James O'Connor Jr.
Daniel O'Callahan.
Keith Kevin O'Connor.
Diana J. O'Connor.
Keith Kevin O'Connor.
Richard J. O'Connor.
Amy O'Doherty.
Monty Pont O'Doherty.
Douglas E. Elschlager.
Takashi Ogawa.
Albert Ogletree.
And my cousin, Stephen J. Fiorelli. Steve, words could never express how much you are missed and loved.
And my cousin, Howard G. Gelling, Jr. On the day he was born, my family was forever changed. On the day he was taken, our country was forever changed. Until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. And if I could say one thing, divided, we are Americant. United, we are American. God bless you all.
Philip Paul Ognebeni.
John A. Oganowski.
James Andrew O'Grady.
Joseph J. Ogren.
Thomas G. O'Hagan.
Samuel Otis.
Patrick J. O'Keefe.
William O'Keefe.
Gerald Michael Alcott.
Gerald Thomas O'Leary.
Christine Ann Olander.
Linda Mary Oliva.
Edward K. Oliver.
Leah Elizabeth Oliver.
Eric Taub Olson.
Jeffrey James Olson.
Barbara K. Olson.
Maureen Lyons Olson.
Stephen John Olson.
Matthew Timothy O'Mahony.
Toshihiro Onda.
Seamus L. O'Neill.
John P. O'Neill.
Peter J. O'Neill, Jr.
Sean Gordon Corbett O'Neill.
Betty Ann Ong.
Michael C. Opperman.
Christopher T. Orgilowicz.
Margaret Quinn Orlowski.
Virginia Ann Ormiston.
Ruben S. Ornado.
Kevin M. O'Rourke.
Ronald Orsini.
Peter Keith Ortelli.
Juan Ortega Campos.
Jane Marie Orth.
Alexander Ortiz.
David Ortiz.
Emilio Pete Ortiz.
Pablo Ortiz.
And my brother, Donald Walter Robertson, Jr. Donnie, this day never gets any easier. Words can never express how much you are loved and missed. Your legacy and your spirit lives on through your family and friends, especially your 4 amazing children, Michael, Matthew, Madison, and Kevin. And now, your beautiful granddaughter, baby Ella. Donnie, we always keep your memory alive by doing good through your Team Shamrock and the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. We hope we make you proud. We choose to remember how you lived, so large, so full of life, so kind, so generous, rather than how you left us. This anniversary is not only a moment to honor those we lost, but is a reminder to all of you how far we've come and how resilient we are as a nation. This is a statement how grief and pain of that fateful day can turn it into a source of strength and purpose, and how we can take this unforgettable tragedy and turn this into this beautiful tribute. We vow to never forget those 2,977 souls who left us that day. I love you, Donnie. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
And my mother, Sarah Khan. Mom, there are no words to express my gratitude for the love and guidance you've bestowed upon me. Even in death, your spirit lives on in my heart, guiding me through life's challenges. I hold you dearly in my heart and cherish our memories together. Your beautiful smile and soul will forever live on through us.
Paul Ortiz, Jr.
Sonia Ortiz.
Masaru Osei.
Patrick J. O'Shea.
Robert William O'Shea.
Elsie Carolina Osorio Oliva.
James R. Ostrowski.
Timothy Franklin O'Sullivan.
Jason Douglas Oswald.
Michael John Otten.
Isidro D. Ottenwalder.
Michael Shung U.
Todd Joseph Oida.
Jesus Ovales.
Peter J. Owens, Jr.
Arianes Oyola.
Angel M. Pabon, Jr.
Israel Pabon, Jr.
Roland Pacheco.
Michael Benjamin Packer.
Diana B. Padro.
Deepa Pakala.
Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo.
Thomas Palazzo.
Richard A. Palazzolo.
Oreo Joseph Palmer.
Frank Anthony Palumbo.
Alan N. Palumbo.
Christopher Matthew Panettiere.
Dominique Lisa Pandolfo.
Jonas Martin Panic.
Paul J. Pansini.
John M. Paolillo.
Edward Joseph Papa.
Salvatore T. Papasso.
James Nicholas Papa George.
Marie Papalardo.
Vinod Kumar Parakat.
Vijay Yashankar Paramsothi.
Nitin Ramesh Parankar.
And my sister, Gabriela Silvina Weissman. My family remembers my sister Gabby today, as we do so on so many different times throughout the year. One of my biggest sorrows in life is knowing that my kids missed out on having a wonderful, one-of-a-kind aunt in their lives. We keep Gabby's memory alive by telling stories, remembering her infectious laugh, her great sense of humor, and her willingness to help others as she did on 9/11/2001 by volunteering to be here. My parents came to this ceremony every year since it was started until they no longer could. In February, we lost my father, and he always said we must continue to come here every year and bear witness to the names of those lost so that the world will always remember. Hearing the names here every year is just a small way to do that, so we will continue to come here every year to honor those lost. My never-ending gratitude to all of the first responders who sacrificed their own lives to save others on that day. Thank you also to the members of our armed forces and our wounded warriors for their sacrifices and for continuing to fight for our country and to protect us all. Please remember them and support them as well.
And my Titi, Giovanna Porras. Titi, we all love and miss you. We know you're with us every single day. We ask to continue to watch over us, especially Grandma and Grandpa and your niece Ava. Today is a sad day, but I'm also very proud to be here every single year just to see how strong we continue to be and never forget. And also, it makes me proud to be a New Yorker because I know despite us being here and everything happened to us this day 23 years ago, we never gave up and we'll never forget.
Hardai Harbu.
James Weldon Parham.
Deborah Marie Paris.
George Paris.
Guy Young Park.
Philip Lacey Parker.
Michael Elaine Parks.
Robert E. Parks, Jr.
Hashmukh C. Parmar.
Robert Parro.
Diane Marie Parsons.
Leobardo Lopez Pascual.
Michael J. Pascuma, Jr.
Gerald Hughes Paskins.
Horace Robert Passananti.
Suzanne H. Passaro.
Avnish Raman Bai Patel.
Deepti Patel.
Manish Patel.
Stephen Bennett Patterson.
James Matthew Patrick.
Manuel D. Petrosino.
Bernard E. Patterson.
Clifford L. Patterson, Jr.
Sarah Marie Patty.
Robert E. Pattison.
James Robert Paul.
Patrice Paz.
Victor Hugo Paz.
Stacy Lynn Peak.
Richard Allen Perlman.
Durrell V. Pearsall, Jr.
Thomas Nicholas Pecorelli.
Thomas Petticini.
Todd Douglas Polino.
Mike Adrian Pelletier.
Anthony G. Peluso.
Angel R. Pena.
Robert Penninger.
Richard Al Penny.
And my brother, Francis Jude Feely. Like so many of the families, we could not allow this tragedy to remain a negative in the course of our family's lives. So we established a charity in his name, the Francis J. Feely Charitable Fund. What else would you call it? Check us out on Facebook. We help the most vulnerable members of our community in the Middletown, New York area. I would like to thank all the people who have volunteered over the years for our fundraisers, and of course all of those who have contributed over the years, especially Cugino's Pizzeria and Dogwood Acres Farm. I am so grateful for all of you, and thank you all so much for helping us to keep my brother's memory alive and allow good to come out of this horrible tragedy.
And my uncle, Carlos S. DaCosta. Theo, as a civilian, you saved so many lives. Your memory, your bravery, and everything you stood for inspires us every day. We love you, we miss you, and you will forever be our hero, and I will forever be holding your hand.
Salvatore F. Pepe.
Carl Allen B. Palata.
Robert David Peraza.
John A. Procanti Jr.
Alejo Perez.
Anthony Perez.
Angela Susan Perez.
Nancy E. Perez.
Ivan Antonio Perez.
Joseph John Perconcino.
Barry Berenson Perkins.
Imelda H. Perry,
Edward J. Parada,
John William Perry,
Glenn C. Perry Sr.,
Danny Pesci,
Franklin Allen Pership,
Davin N. Peterson,
Michael John Pescherine,
Jean Hoadley Peterson,
Donald Arthur Peterson,
Mark James Petrocelli,
William Russell Peterson,
Glenn Karen Pettit,
Philip Scott Petty,
Kayleen Elizabeth Pizzuti,
Dominic A. Pizzullo,
Tu An Pham,
Kevin J. Pfeiffer,
Siani Ann Phillip,
Kenneth John Phelan Sr.,
Ludwig John Picaro,
Eugenia McCann Piantieri,
Joseph O. Pick,
Matthew Paserno,
Dennis J. Pierce,
Bernard Petronico,
Nicholas P. Petrunti,
and my cousin, firefighter Michael Edward Roberts. Engine 214, you were taken from us way too soon. There isn't a day that goes by where we don't think of you. Our forever hero, we love and miss you so much. We will never forget, and we will always keep the memory of those who we lost alive.
and my son, Norman Scott Asana. We miss you every day, and you will never be forgotten.
Theodoros Pigas,
Susan Elizabeth Pinto,
Joseph Piscadlo,
Christopher Todd Pittman,
Joshua Michael Piver,
Robert L. Ploger III,
Zandra F. Plaisir,
Joseph Politano,
John M. Pocher,
William Howard Pullman,
Lawrence Michael Pollich,
Thomas Polemos,
Steve Policino,
Susan Polio,
Darren H. Pontel,
Joshua Iowas Potine,
Giovanna Porras,
Anthony Portillo,
James Edward Patorti,
Daphne Politoos,
Richard N. Polis,
Stephen Emmanuel Polis,
Brandon Jerome Powell,
Scott Allen Powell,
Sean Edward Powell,
Antonio Dorsey Pratt,
Gregory M. Preziose,
Wanda Evelise Prince,
Vincent A. Princiota,
Kevin M. Pryor,
Everett Martin Proctor III,
Carrie Beth Projan,
David Lee Prum,
Richard A. Pronti,
John Foster Puckett,
Robert David Police,
Edward F. Poulos,
Patricia Ann Puma,
Jack D. Punches,
Hemeth Kumar Putor,
and my brother, Robert Cromwell Miller Jr. Bobby, we love and miss you so much. And my brother, like so many others, has beautiful grandchildren that he never had the opportunity to know and to love. Thousands of families were ripped apart that day, the largest attack in U.S. history. So another clear message to our leaders. No plea deal with the animal that masterminded this painful tragedy. We want justice.
and who I miss terribly, my handsome, sweet hero brother, Sal Edward Thierry Jr., who was a managing director for Marshall McLennan. Sal worked uptown in Midtown at that office and was assigned that fateful day to the Trade Center to attend a meeting for a colleague who couldn't attend. Close to 3,000 victims were murdered on September 11th, and all they were doing was going to work to provide for their respective families. It has been 23 years since this horrific tragedy, and in my strongest possible voice, as a retired principal, who I have a strong possible voice, I am demanding that the federal government, the government agencies who still remain to stay, and their respective lawmakers designate this day, September 11th, as a day of atonement, recognition, remembrance, and reflection of all the souls lost. God bless my dear brother, all the victims, and their respective families. May God bless America, and united we all stand.
Joseph J. Picure, Jr.
Edward R. Pycon.
Christopher Quackenbush.
Lars Peter Qualben.
Lincoln Quapp.
Beth Ann Quigley.
Patrick J. Quigley IV.
Michael T. Quilty.
James Francis Quinn.
Ricardo J. Quinn.
Carol Millicent Rabelais.
Christopher Peter Anthony Racaniello.
Leonard J. Regalia.
Eugene J. Raggio.
Laura Marie Raganese Sink.
Michael Paul Ragusa.
Peter Frank Raimondi.
Harry A. Rains.
Lisa J. Rains.
Etesham Raja.
Valsa Raju.
Edward J. Rawl.
Lucas Rambusek.
Maria Ramirez.
Harry Ramos.
Vishnu Ramsarup.
Deborah H. Ramsauer.
Lorenzo E. Ramsey.
Alfred Todd Ranke.
Adam David Rand.
Jonathan C. Randall.
Shreyas S. Ranganath.
Ann T. Ransom.
Faina Rappaport.
Rhonda Sue Rasmussen.
Robert A. Rasmussen.
Aminia Rasul.
R. Mark Rosweiler.
Marsha D. Ratchford.
David Allen James Rathke.
And my uncle, NYPD, ESU, Truck 7 police officer, Santos Valentin Jr., and his partner, Ronald Klopfer. You guys are amazing. You're forever our heroes. Your families miss you every day. We will always remember you. We will always honor you. And your sacrifice will never go unnoticed till we meet again.
First, I want to take a moment to honor Martin Giovinazzo, the uncle of my coworker Lisa. He was a maintenance mechanic for Marsh & McLennan in the North Tower. Out of respect for him and his family, I want to acknowledge his memory today. He is deeply missed, and we remember him with gratitude. And my father, Edward Frank Polis. He worked for Aon in the South Tower on the 101st floor. I recently learned that on that day, he made sure everyone on his floor got out safely, but when the PA system announced it was safer to return, my dad went back up. That's just who he was, someone who put others before himself, even in the most difficult moments. I was only 7 when he passed, but the memories I have are still so vivid. I remember playing video games like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro on our PlayStation 1 together. We would also watch TV, shows like Rugrats, Blue's Clues, and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. He'd make us mac and cheese on the weekends when my mom was working, and he always made sure we felt safe with bedtime stories. Those small everyday moments are the ones that have stayed with me the most. My dad was never a slacker. He lived with strength and earned respect in everything he did, whether at work, with his family, or just taking care of himself. Take care of himself. I tend to slack around this time of year with the gym, my diet, and staying focused, but I know my dad wouldn't let me get away with that. He always pushed me to do better, and I won't let him down. Dad, I miss you every day. I'll keep pushing, just like you always did. You taught me strength, respect, and the importance of showing up for the people you love, and I carry that with me. Before I finish, I want to say a special happy birthday to my mom, who is here today. Mom, I love you. I know Daddy would be so proud of the way you've carried us through this journey. Happy birthday.
William Ralph Robb.
Gerard F. Rousey.
Alexei Razuvayev.
Gregory Rita.
Sarah Ann Redheffer.
Michelle Marie Reed.
Judith Ann Reese.
Donald J. Regan.
Robert M. Regan.
Thomas Michael Regan.
Christian Michael Otto Regenhard.
Howard Reich.
Greg Reedy.
James Brian Riley.
Kevin O. Riley.
Timothy E. Riley.
Joseph Rena Jr.
Thomas Barnes Reinig.
Frank Bennett Reisman.
Joshua Scott Reese.
Karen Renda.
John Armand Rio.
Richard Cyril Rescorla.
John Thomas Resta.
Sylvia Sampio Resta.
Martha M. Reski.
David E. Reddick.
Todd H. Rubin.
Luis Clodoaldo Ravil Mayer.
Eduvigus Reyes Jr.
Bruce Albert Reynolds.
John Frederick Rhodes.
Francis Saverio Riccadelli.
Rudolph N. Riccio.
Anne Marie Riccoboni.
David Harlow Rice.
Eileen Mary Rice.
Kenneth Frederick Rice III.
Cecilia E. Richard.
Vernon Allen Richard.
And my uncles, Emmerich Harvey and Robert T. Twomey, and family friends, Kathy Mazza and Edward Shunk. Thank you.
And my cousin, Sergeant Robert Jim Bob Coffers of the Port Authority Police Department. Bobby, your grandsons are getting so big now. You have 2 great nieces now. I can't believe it's been 23 years since you were taken from us, and the pain is just as raw as it was the day it happened. I pray that our leaders will never let another 9/11 happen again. I miss and love you, Bobby.
Claude Daniel Richards.
Gregory David Richards.
Michael Richards.
Vanessa Orentia Richards.
Jimmy Riches.
Alan J. Richmond.
John M. Rigo.
Frederick Charles Rimmel III.
Rose Mary Riso.
Moises N. Rivas.
Joseph R. Ravelli Jr.
Carmen Alicia Rivera.
Isaias Rivera.
Juan William Rivera.
Linda Ivelisse Rivera.
David E. Rivers,
Joseph R. Reverso,
Paul V. Rizza,
John Frank Rizzo,
Stephen Louis Roach,
Joseph Roberto,
Leo Arthur Roberts,
Michael E. Roberts,
Michael Edward Roberts,
Donald Walter Robertson Jr.,
Jeffrey Robinson,
Michelle Lee Jean Robotham,
Donald Arthur Robson,
Antonio A. Rocha,
Raymond James Rocha,
Laura Rockefeller,
John Michael Rodak,
Antonio Jose Rodriguez,
Anthony Rodriguez,
Carmen Milagros Rodriguez,
Gregory E. Rodriguez,
Marcia A. Rodriguez,
Mayra Valdez Rodriguez,
Richard Rodriguez,
David Bartolo Rodriguez Vargas,
and my cousin, Michael A. Marty. This is the first anniversary that Michael's mother and my aunt, Rosalie Marty, is also no longer with us. Michael, I'm so glad that after 23 years, you guys are finally reunited. For the rest of us down here, just know that we miss you, we love you, we remember you every single day, and we will never ever forget.
and my wife, Catherine Susan Wolfe. 13 wonderful years. When I look back, I say, wow, even though I lost her, 13 wonderful years. It's so good to feel good about what I had rather than to feel bad about what I lost. She was wonderful, and I'd also like to say thank you. Thank you to all the people starting here and all the people who have made this place we are here now happen. From the very top, Michael Bloomberg, to the people that clean the concrete and marble late at night. Thank you to our governments, the city government, the state government, the federal government. The first year I read was the first anniversary, and my God, is it different now. It is a wonderful, wonderful place to remember our loved ones, the promises that have been kept, and of course, our own national security, which we need very badly. Thank you for everybody.
Matthew Rogan, Jean Destrahan Roger, Carly Rogers, Scott William Ronner, Keith Michael Roma, Joseph M. Romanlolo, Efrain Romero Sr., Elvin Romero, James A. Romito, Sean Paul Rooney, Eric Thomas Rapito, Aida Rosario, Angelina Rosario, Mark H. Rosen, Brooke David Rosenbaum, Linda Rosenbaum, Cheryl Lynn Rosenbaum, Lloyd Daniel Rosenberg, Mark Louis Rosenberg, Andrew Ira Rosenblum, Joshua M. Rosenblum, Joshua Allen Rosenthal, Richard David Rosenthal, Philip Martin Rosenzweig, Danielle Rossetti, Richard Barry Ross, Norman N. Rossinow, Nicholas P. Rosamondo, Michael Craig Rothberg, Donna Marie Rothenberg, Mark David Rothenberg, James Michael Rue, Nicholas Charles Alexander Rowe, Edward V. Rowenhorst, Judy Rowlett, Timothy Allen Roy Sr., Paul G. Rubeck, Ronald J. Rubin, Joanne Rubino, David M. Ruddle, and my brother, Nicholas Charles Alexander Rowe. Losing Nicholas left a hole in our family that can never be replaced. My mom and dad are now with him, and they took with them their memories of Nick and their heartache. And my uncle, Colonel Charles Edward Jones, who served this country proudly with the United States Air Force and was on that first plane, lost his life along with all of the innocent others. He will never be forgotten, always remembered. His life and legacy will continue.
Bart Joseph Ruggieri.
Susan A. Ruggiero.
Adam Keith Rualter.
Gilbert Ruiz.
Robert E. Russell.
Stephen P. Russell.
Stephen Harris Russin.
Michael Thomas Russo Sr.
Wayne Allen Russo.
William R. Ruth.
Edward Ryan.
John Joseph Ryan.
Jonathan Stephen Ryan.
Matthew L. Ryan.
Tatiana Rishova.
Christina Sunga Diuk.
Thierry Sada.
Jason Elazar Sabag.
Thomas E. Sabella.
Scott H. Saber.
Charles E. Sabin Sr.
Joseph Francis Satterdote.
Jessica Lee Sachs.
Francis John Sedocha.
Jude Elias Safi.
Brock Joel Safronoff.
Edward Saya.
John Patrick Salomon.
Marjorie E. Solomon.
Hernando Rafael Salas.
Juan G. Salas.
Esmerlin Antonio Salcido.
John Pepe Salerno.
Rama Salih and her unborn child.
Richard L. Salinardi, Jr.
Wayne John Salomon.
Norbert Solomon.
Catherine Patricia Salter.
Frank G. Salvatierra.
Paul Richard Salvio.
And my uncle, Christopher William Woodencheck. Chris was one of the best persons I've ever known. He's a great father, husband, brother, uncle, and friend. It's hard to believe it's 23 years now, especially for his 5 children. He was 35 when he passed, and it was way too soon. His children hardly knew him. Today, I want to thank everybody who still comes here and watches this ceremony. Without you, this wouldn't be here still. I want to thank everybody who puts this together and works behind the scenes. This would never flow as smoothly as it does. Thank you. Our military, of course, and our first responders as well. Thank you very much, and God bless America.
And my brother, Jayesh Shantilal Shah. Jayesh, though you are no longer with us, your legacy of love, joy, and dedication continue to live on in the hearts of all of us you touched. Your spirit and the memories you've left behind will forever be a source of comfort and inspiration to Jyoti, Nikita, Sonia, Kevin, Darshi, Giovanni, Zubin, and all of our friends and families. Thank you, New York. Thank you, FDNY, and all first responders, and God bless America.
Samuel Robert Salvo, Jr.
Carlos Alberto Samiago.
John P. Sammartino.
James Kenneth Samuel Jr.
Michael San Philip.
Hugo M. Sine.
Alva Cynthia Jeffries Sanchez.
Jacqueline Patrice Sanchez.
Jesus Sanchez.
Raymond Sanchez.
Eric M. Sand.
Stacy Leah Sanders.
Herman S. Sandler.
Jim Sands Jr.
Aileen J. Santiago.
Kirsten Reese Santiago.
Maria Teresa Concepcion Santillan.
Susan Gail Santo.
Christopher A. Santora,
John August Santore.
Mario L. Santoro,
Rafael Umberto Santos.
Rufino C.F. Santos III,
Victor J. Saraceni.
Kalyan Sakar,
Chappelle Rene Stewart Sarker.
Paul F. Sarl,
Deepika Kumar Sataliri.
Gregory Thomas Sacedo,
Susan M. Sauer.
Anthony Savas,
Vladimir Savikin.
John Michael Sabarbaro,
David M. Scales.
Robert Louis Scandal,
Michelle Scarpita.
Dennis Scousa,
John Albert Sharp.
John G. Scharf,
Fred C. Sheffield Jr.
Angela Susan Scheinberg,
Scott Mitchell Schertzer.
Sean Shelkey,
Stephen Francis Schlegel.
Robert A. Schlegel,
John Schliessel.
Karen Helene Schmidt,
Ian Schneider.
Thomas G. Scholes,
Frank G. Schott Jr.
Gerard Patrick Strang,
Jeffrey H. Schreier.
John T. Schrader,
Susan Lee Laspa Schuler.
Edward W. Shunk,
Mark Evan Schumeyer.
John Burkhart Schwartz,
Mark Schwartz.
Adrian Victoria Sabetta,
Raphael Skorka.
and my uncle Christopher Paul Slattery. Even though we never got to meet, I love you and I will never forget you.
And to my uncles, Robert W. Spear Jr. and Timothy Avon Haviland, we love you and miss you. God bless America.
Janice M. Scott,
Randolph Scott,
Christopher J. Scudder,
Arthur Warren Scullin,
Michael H. Seaman,
Margaret M. Seeliger,
Anthony Segara,
Carlos Segara,
Jason M. Sexer,
Matthew Carmen Salito,
Michael L. Selvis,
Howard Selwyn,
Larry John Senko,
Arturo Angelo Sereno,
Frankie Serrano,
Marion H. Serva,
Alana Cesanova,
Adele Christine Sessa,
Sita Namala Sunarine,
Karen Lynn Seymour,
Davis Greer Senza Jr.,
Thomas Joseph Scroy,
Jayesh Shantalal Shah,
Khalid M. Shahid,
Mohammed Shahjahan,
Gary Shamay,
Earl Richard Shanahan,
Dan F. Shanauer,
Neil G. Shastri,
Catherine Ann Shatzoff,
Barbara A. Shaw,
Jeffrey James Shaw,
Robert John Shea Jr.,
Daniel James Shea,
Joseph Patrick Shea,
Kathleen Shearer,
Robert M. Shearer,
Linda June Sheehan,
Hagay Sheffy,
Antoinette M. Sherman,
John Anthony Sherry,
Atsushi Shiratori,
Thomas Joseph Schubert,
Mark Schulman,
C. Wang Shum,
Alan Abraham Schwartzstein,
Claren Shelley Siegel Schwartz,
Joanna Sigmund,
Diane T. Signer,
Gregory Sikorsky,
Stephen Gerard Siller,
David Silver,
Craig A. Silverstein,
Nasima H. Simji,
Bruce Edward Simmons,
Diane M. Simmons,
Donald D. Simmons,
George W. Simmons,
Arthur Simon,
Kenneth Allen Simon,
and my brother, Michael Wittenstein. Michael, there aren't enough words to express how much you are missed and loved. And coming here every year, although it brings some level of comfort, it'll never take away the pain of you being gone. We know you're looking upon us and so proud of what your nieces and nephews have accomplished. We love you and we miss you. Thank you.
and my uncle Greg Reedy. We know you are dancing in heaven. We love and miss you every single day. Thank you.
Michael J. Simon,
Paul Joseph Simon,
Marianne LeCory Simone,
Barry Simowitz,
Jane Lewis Simpkin,
Jeff Lyle Simpson,
Cheryl D. Sincock,
Kamlade Kami Singh,
Roshan Ramesh Singh,
Thomas E. Sinton III,
Peter A. Syracuse,
Muriel If Siskopoulos,
Joseph Michael Sisolak,
John P. Scala,
Francis Joseph Skidmore Jr.,
Toyena Corliss Skinner,
Paul Albert Skirsepic,
Christopher Paul Slattery,
Vincent Robert Slavin,
Robert F. Sliwak,
Paul Kenneth Sloan,
Stanley S. Smagala Jr.,
Wendy L. Small,
Greg H. Smallwood,
Catherine T. Smith,
Daniel Lawrence Smith,
Gary F. Smith,
George Eric Smith,
Heather Lee Smith,
James Gregory Smith,
Jeffrey R. Smith,
Joyce Patricia Smith,
Carl T. Smith Sr.,
Kevin Joseph Smith,
Leon Smith Jr.,
Moira Ann Smith,
Monica Rodriguez Smith,
Rosemary A. Smith,
Bonnie Shihadi Smithwick,
Rochelle Monique Snell,
Christine Ann Snyder,
Diane Bullis Snyder,
Leonard J. Snyder Jr.,
Astrid Elizabeth Sohan,
Sushil S. Solanki,
Ruben Solaris,
Naomi Leah Solomon,
Daniel W. Song,
Mary Ray Sopper,
Michael Charles Soresi,
Fabian Soto,
Timothy Patrick Sulas,
Gregory Thomas Bagnaletti,
Donald F. Spampinato Jr.,
Thomas Barasio,
John Anthony Spataro,
Robert W. Spear Jr.,
Robert Spiceman,
Maynard S. Spence Jr.,
George Edward Spencer III,
and my fiance Andrew J. Bailey. Andrew, in this very space is where we met and where I lost you. Losing you on September 11th changed my life forever. Though you left us and your baby girl Rocky far too soon, the memories we shared both at home and in this space will forever remain in our hearts. Myself escaping Tower 1, losing you, our friends, and my job in a matter of hours gave me a new sense of purpose. It gave me a voice to advocate and fight for what is right and wrong in this country. I'm here to remind everyone that life can change in the blink of an eye. So love more, especially your neighbors. Live more, laugh more with family and friends, because we are not promised tomorrow. Andrew, I knew you were up there doing what you loved on the 93rd floor at Marsh and McLennan, trying to bring people to safety. My family and I promise to keep your memory alive, ensuring that those around us will never forget you and all the lives lost on September 11th.
And my sister, Lindsay Stapleton Morehouse. Like all of these souls lost this day, my sister Lindsay was a bright light in our lives. And even though she left us 23 years ago, her light still shines strong in all that loved and knew her. I love you, Linz, and I also love this city and my fellow New Yorkers.
Robert Andrew Spencer.
Mary Rubina Sperando.
Frank Spinelli.
William E. Spitz.
Saranya Saran.
Fitzroy St. Rose.
Michael F. Stable.
Lawrence T. Stack.
Timothy M. Stackpool.
Richard James Stottleberger.
Eric Adam Stallman.
Gregory Stack.
Mary Dominica Stanley.
Anthony Starita.
Jeffrey Stark.
Derek James Statkevicius.
Patricia J. Stats.
Craig William Staub.
William V. Steckman.
Eric Thomas Steen.
William R. Steiner.
Alexander Robbins Steinman.
Edna L. Steffens.
Andrew Sturgiopoulos.
Andrew J. Stern.
Norma Lang Sturley.
Martha Jane Stevens.
Michael James Stevens.
Richard H. Stewart, Jr.
Sanford M. Stoller.
Douglas Joel Stone.
Lonnie J. Stone.
Jimmy Neville Story.
Timothy Stout.
Thomas Strada.
James J. Strain, Jr.
Edward Thomas Strauss.
Stephen R. Strauss.
Larry L. Strickland.
Stephen F. Strobert.
Wildwin Wellington Stewart, Jr.
Benjamin Suarez.
David Scott Suarez.
Ramon Suarez.
Dino Xavier Suarez Ramirez.
Yoichi Sumimama Sugiyama.
David Mark Sullins.
Christopher P. Sullivan.
William Christopher Sugar.
Thomas G. Sullivan.
Patrick Sullivan.
James Joseph Suazo.
Hilararo Serrano Samaya, Jr. I was only in the 5th grade when the towers fell. I didn't know what a terrorist even was. All I knew that my Uncle Michael was gone and he wasn't coming back. There was no more squeezing into his 2-door coupe, taking trips back and forth. There was no more wrestling in my Titi Jane's backyard. There was no more family holidays with him. Now, listening to millions of stories today and hearing so many tears and cries and frustrations of lost ones, I'm here to tell you guys that they're fallen but not forgotten. My kids will never forget who their Uncle Michael is. I will never forget who my Uncle Michael is. I love you forever, Michael Angelo Trinidad.
And my aunt, Karen Joyce Klitzman. Aunt Karen, you were only 5 years old when you were taken from me, but I will never forget the memories we had together. You took me to my first Yankee game, my first Big Apple Circus, and even gave me my first slice of New York cheesecake. You were truly one of a kind. We love you, We miss you, and we will never forget.
Colleen M. Sapinski,
Robert Sutcliffe,
Celine Sutter,
Claudia Suzette Sutton,
John Francis Sweeney,
Christine M. Swearson,
Brian David Sweeney,
Brian Edward Sweeney,
Madeline Amy Sweeney,
Kenneth J. Swenson,
Thomas F. Swift,
Derek Ogilvy Sword,
Kevin Thomas Sozik,
Gina Steinberg,
Norbert P. Shorkowski,
Harry Tabak,
Joanne C. Tabak,
Norma C. Tadai,
Michael Tadano,
Kaishiro Takahashi,
Kenji Takahashi,
Phyllis Gail Talbot,
Robert R. Tahami,
John Talginani,
Sean Patrick Tollin,
Paul Talty,
Marita Tam,
Rachel Tamaris,
Hector Rogan Tamayo,
Michael Andrew Tamuccio,
Conchiro Tanaka,
Rondell Sherrod Tankard,
Kenneth Joseph Ternino,
Dennis Gerard Taramina Jr.,
Michael C. Terrell,
Alan Tarasevich,
Deborah Torella,
Ronald Tartaro,
Donnie Brooks Taylor,
Daryl Anthony Taylor,
Kip P. Taylor,
Hilda E. Taylor,
Larissa Clayton Taylor,
Leonard E. Taylor,
Sandra C. Taylor,
Michael Morgan Taylor,
Carl W. T.P.,
Sandra Dawn Teague,
Yeshivant Moshar Timby,
Paul A. Techmeyer,
Dorothy Pearl Temple,
Anthony Tempesta,
David Gustav Peter Tanglin,
Stanley L. Temple,
Lisa Marie Terry,
Brian John Terenzi,
Harshad Sham Thatway,
Gumati Thakardine, Michael Theodorus,
and my grandmother Louise Ann Lynch, that should be here but isn't.
and my cousin John Francis McDowell Jr. We love you and miss you. I hope you're hitting them straight up there, and even after 23 years, you still haven't three-putt. We know Aunt Patty, you, and Uncle Jack are here with us today. God bless our troops, and God bless America.
Thomas F. Thurkoff Jr.,
Leslie Ann Thomas,
Brian Thomas Thompson,
Clive Ian Thompson,
Glenn Thompson,
Nigel Bruce Thompson,
Perry A. Thompson,
Vanava Alexi Thompson,
Captain William Harry Thompson,
Eric Raymond Thorpe,
Nicola Angela Thorpe,
Tamara C. Thurman,
Sal Edward Thierry Jr.,
John Patrick Tierney,
Mary Ellen Tiesi,
William Randolph Tista,
Kenneth Tejan,
Stephen Edward Ty,
Scott Charles Temes,
Michael E. Tinley,
Jennifer M. Tino,
Robert Frank Tapaldi,
John James Tipping II,
David Tirado,
Hector Luis Tirado Jr.,
Michelle Lee Titolo,
Alicia Nicole Titus,
John J. Tobin,
Richard J. Tedisco,
Otis V. Tolbert,
Vladimir Tomasevich,
Stephen Kevin Thompson,
Thomas Tong,
Doris Torres,
Luis Eduardo Torres,
Amy Elizabeth Toyin,
Christopher Michael Traina,
Daniel Patrick Trent,
Abdul Karim Traore,
Glenn J. Travers Sr.,
Walter Philip Travers,
Felicia Yvette Trailer Bass,
James Anthony Trentini,
Mary Barbara Trentini,
Lisa L. Treratola,
Karamo Baba Trera,
Michael Angel Trinidad,
Francis Joseph Trombino,
Gregory James Trost,
Willie Q. Troy,
William P. Slepes Jr.,
Zanetta Valentinovna Soy,
Michael Patrick Tucker,
Lance Richard Tumulty,
Ching Ping Tong,
Simon James Turner,
Donald Joseph Tuzio,
Robert T. Twome,
Jennifer Lynn Semis,
John G. Yusufer,
and my brother, Sergeant Thomas Edward Jurgens. You led a life of service to your community, to your neighbors, and while that ultimately cost you your life, you've had the really big impact on everyone's lives you've touched. And on a positive note, as an avid Yankee fan, just want you to know that the Yankees are #1 in the AL East, so I hope they have the Yes Network in heaven.
and my mother, Claudia Suzette Sutton. I'm almost 30 now, but still very much that 6-year-old girl waiting for you to come home. We love you and we miss you. We hope we are making and continue to make you proud. We carry you with us in everything that we do. Continue to watch over us.
Tyler Victor Ugalin, Michael A. Uliano, Jonathan J. Uman, Anil Shivari Umarkar, Alan V. Upton, Diane Marie Urban, John Damian Vacaccio, Bradley Hudges Vadas, William Valcarcel, Felix Antonio Bale, Ivan Vale, Benito Valentin, Santos Valentin Jr., Carlton Francis Balvo II, Pandyala Vam Shri Krishna, Erica H. Van Acker, Kenneth W. Van Auken, R. Bruce Van Hine, Daniel M. Van Laer, Edward Raymond Vanacore, John Charles Van Devander, Frederick T. Varachi, Gopala Krishnan Varadan, David Vargas, Scott C. Vassal, Azail Ishmael Vasquez, Ronald J. Vaughn, Archangel Vasquez, Santos Vasquez, Peter Vega, Sankara Sastri Velamuri, Jorge Velasquez, Lawrence G. Velling, Anthony Mark Ventura, David Vera, Loretta Ann Vero, Christopher James Villalonga, Matthew Gilbert Viana, Robert Anthony Vicario, Celeste Torres Victoria, Joanna Vidal, John T. Vigiano II, Joseph Vincent Vigiano, Frank J. Vignola Jr., Joseph Barry Villardo, Clarabelle Villalomos Hernandez, Sergio Gabriel Villanueva, Chantal Vincelli, Melissa Renee Vincent, Francine N. Virgilio, Lawrence Virgilio, Joseph Gerard Vinciano, Joshua S. Vital, Maria Pacoco Vola, Lynette D. Vosquez, Garo H. Voskirijan, Alfred Anton Vuska, Gregory Kamal Bruno Watler, Karen J. Wagner, Mary Alice Wallstrom, and my sister Jody Tepedino Nicolo, Tower 1, 105th floor, Cantor Fitzgerald. We love you, Jody. We miss you. And until we meet again, we will forever sing your praise. And my uncle, Luis Eduardo Torres. Uncle, Tío, It's been 23 years since you've left this world. We take the time on this day and like every other day to look back at those countless memories of you and share emotions with the family. One of those memories I still cherish a lot are the ones Mommy tells about your career in the military. You served with passion and with dedication in the Colombian military for over 2 years while specializing in engineering and reaching your goal, which was to enter the Airborne Division and become a paratrooper. Except you had to leave to the States and leave the dream behind. So now I'll be following your footsteps with honor and glory. Last ceremony I entered senior year. This year's ceremony I graduate senior year and have dedicated my future with the U.S. National Guard and expect to leave this November for basic training to truly embark in this journey. I'm doing this for you, Theo, and your name. I hope you're proud of me. We miss you and love you. Te quiero mucho, Theo. Que Dios bendiga esta nación. God bless you all.
Honor Elizabeth Waineo.
Gabriela Silvina Waisman.
Wendy Alice Rosario Wakeford.
Courtney Wainsworth Walcott.
Victor Wald.
Kenneth E. Waldy.
Benjamin James Walker.
Glenn Wall.
Mitchell Scott Wallace.
Peter Guider Wallace.
Robert Francis Wallace.
Roy Michael Wallace.
Jean Marie Wallendorf.
Matthew Blake Wallens.
Meta L. Waller.
John Wallace Jr.
Barbara P. Walsh.
Jim Walsh.
Jeffrey P. Walls.
Ching Wang.
Weban Wang.
Michael Warcola.
Stephen Gordon Ward.
Timothy Ray Ward.
James A. Waring.
Brian G. Warner.
Derek Christopher Washington.
Charles Waters.
James Thomas Waters, Jr.
Patrick J. Waters.
Kenneth Thomas Watson.
Michael Henry Way.
Todd Christopher Weaver.
Walter Edward Weaver.
Nathaniel Webb.
Diana Webster.
William Michael Weems.
Joanne Flora Weil.
Michael Thomas Weinberg.
Stephen Weinberg.
Scott Jeffrey Weingard.
Stephen George Weinstein.
Simon Weiser.
David M. Weiss.
David Thomas Weiss.
Chin Supak Wells.
Vincent Michael Wells.
Deborah Jacobs Welsh.
Timothy Matthew Welty.
Christian Hans Rudolph Wemmers.
Sue Wee Wen.
John Joseph Wenkus.
Ole D. Wenderchuk.
Peter M. West.
Whitfield West, Jr.
Meredith Lynn Whalen.
Eugene Michael Whalen.
Adam S. White.
Edward James White III.
And James Patrick Weiss. White. Sorry.
And my sister, Judith Ann Reese. Well, my dear sister, it's been 23 years since we lost you, and we miss you every day. In some ways, it seems like a lifetime ago, and in some ways, it seems like yesterday. All of us miss your smile, your sense of humor, and your carefree spirit. We miss so many things about you, and we have so many memories that bring a smile to our face. Whenever we hear a country western song, especially Garth Brooks, or any music from the 50s, we are reminded of how much you loved listening to their music. These memories and so many more are forever a part of the fabric of our lives. As you know, we were all deeply saddened with the passing of our nephew Brian 2 years ago. We miss his energy, his wit, and his passionate dedication to all who knew him. We take comfort in the knowledge that you and his mother, Elizabeth, welcomed him into heaven with open arms, and we know you're all watching over us. Judy, your nephews and niece and their spouses, Michael and Loma, Jackie, Kevin and Eileen, Christine and Joseph, and Dennis and Holly are awesome role models for their incredible children. Emily and Justin are a loving couple and are a constant reminder of all that is good in our world. As one sports season begins and another one comes to a close, I know you'll be cheering for your Washington Commanders, and Elizabeth will be cheering for her Yankees. Well, goodbye for now. I want to thank all the folks and volunteers associated with this memorial. Your dedication, your service, and your compassion are so deeply appreciated. May God bless all the families of 9/11. May God bless our first responders, our firefighters, our police officers, and all our veterans and those currently serving in our military. God bless America.
And my brother, firefighter John James Tipping II. 15 brave men were killed that day from John's firehouse. And from the onset, the men there hadn't been there for us and our grieving families, despite their own grief. And still 23 years later, their comfort and support remains. So thank you for always being there for us. And thank you, New York City, and all the people involved in putting the commemorative remembrance together. It means so much to us to hear our loved one's name and know they are not forgotten. And John, this was written 23 years ago by your 12-year-old niece, Spencer. It's titled, "The Best Go First." When the unsavable needs saving and the unreachable need to be reached, the best help first. And when their perilous work is called for, the best answer first. And when going in may mean that they may not come back out, the best enter first. And when their life is at risk, they put others first. And when death comes silently lurking, the best go first. Oh my gosh.
John Sylvester White.
Kenneth Wilburn White, Jr.
Leonard Anthony White.
Melissa Y. White.
Maudlin A. White.
Sandra L. White.
Wayne White.
Leanne Marie Whiteside.
Mark P. Whitford.
Leslie A. Whittington.
Mark T. Woolley.
Mary Lenz Wyman.
Jeffrey David Weiner.
William J. Wick.
Allison Marie Wildman.
Glenn E. Wilkinson.
Ernest M. Wilshire.
John Charles Willett.
Brian Patrick Williams.
Candace Lee Williams.
Crossley Richard Williams, Jr.
David J. Williams.
David Lucian Williams.
Debbie L. Williams.
Dwayne Williams.
Kevin Michael Williams.
Louis Anthony Williams.
Louis Calvin Williams III.
John P. Williamson.
Donna Ann Wilson.
William Eben Wilson.
David Harold Winton.
Glenn J. Winnick.
Thomas Francis Wise.
Alan L. Wisniewski.
Frank Paul Wisniewski.
David Wishwall.
Sigrid Charlotte Wisway.
Michael R. Wittenstein.
Christopher W. Wodencheck.
Martin Phillips Wolforth.
Catherine Susan Wolf.
Jennifer Yen Wong.
Su Chung Steve Wong.
Yin Ping Wong.
Yuk Ping Wong.
Brent James Woodall.
James John Woods.
Marvin Roger Woods.
Patrick J. Woods.
Richard Herod Woodwell.
David Terrence Woolley.
John Bentley Works.
Martin Michael Wortley.
Rodney James Wotan.
William Wren, retired.
John W. Wright, Jr.
Neil Robin Wright.
Sandra Lee Wright.
Jupiter Yambem.
And my brother, Glenn Davis Kerwin. Time passes. We have not and will not forget. We miss you.
And my uncle, Salvatore P. Lopes. I'm so happy to be joined in person today by your youngest daughter, Nicole. Thank you, Uncle Sal, for her sister, Allie, my Aunt Lorraine. Without them, our family is not complete, and because of them, I know that without you, our family isn't complete either. Keep smiling down on us. We love you and miss you every day.
John D. Yamicki. Vicky Yancey.
Matthew David Yarnell. Myrna Nesculpa. Shuyin Yang.
Matthew David Yarnell.
Myrna Yaskulka.
Shakila Yasmin.
Olabisi Shadi Layani Yi.
Kevin W. Yoakum.
Edward P. York.
Kevin Patrick York.
Raymond R. York.
Suzanne Martha Humans.
Barrington Leroy Young, Jr.
Donald MacArthur Young.
Edmund G. Young, Jr.
Jacqueline Young.
Lisa L. Young.
Elkin Ewan.
Joseph C. Zaccoli.
Adele Agabi Zachary.
Arcady Zaltzman.
Edwin J. Zambrana, Jr.
Robert Allen Zampieri.
Mark Zangrilli.
Christopher R. Zabra, Jr.
Ira Zaslow.
Kenneth Albert Zellman.
Abraham J. Zelmanowitz.
Martin Morales Sempodal Tecate.
Ji Zheng.
Mark Scott Zeppelin.
Ji Yao Justin Zhao.
Yuguang Zheng.
Evelyn Zeminski.
Michael Joseph Zinzi.
Charles Allen Zion.
Julie Lynn Zipper.
Salvatore J. Zizza.
Procopios Paul Zois.
Joseph J. Zucala.
Andrew Stephen Zucker.
Igor Zuckerman. And my brother John Fiorito. John, you remain with us now and forever in our hearts and minds, and your life and spirit continue to inspire us in many ways. Your sacrifice has strengthened us, and I know you are proud of how your child, your son, has grown. We are confident you have found favor with God, and we ask the Lord to bless the precious souls taken on this day 23 years ago, to bless those who responded with self-sacrifice and bravery, and to help us move forward. May we never forget, and may God bless America.
And my brother Joey, Joe Calandrillo. Just a good man. Always putting everyone ahead of himself, and I don't know, when we leave Earth, I don't know where we go. But if they have basketball and schoolyards there, he'll pick me for his team, even though I've been missing my hook shot center court about 7 out of 10 times. He'll pick me for his team. We'll probably lose because of me, but he'll take the rap as long as I'm not sitting over on the cement wall, you know, crying because I wasn't picked. Just what a good guy. Oh, and that reminds me, you know, you still owe me a rematch on the one-on-one. Yeah, it was our last rematch, our last one-on-one in Plainview that time, and finally got the damn ball away from you.
special event put on by the National Park Service. National Reset here, Donald Trump is here, private leaders they really are a little bit disappointed in the ways in which they feel that the politics is hurting them. But they certainly understand that. It's difficult to watch the debate last night. What they were watching. But as we call it up, 23rd anniversary earlier superintendent now having an entire generation.
Don't bounce this. Don't.
That's right. Well, we're going to see. And one of the family members did say that they were doing things to make it here, but
Stood in the way of my shot, Dito. Heck you.
I don't know your backup.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for visiting Flight 93 National Memorial. This concludes our national reflaying. If you're still interested, at 1 o'clock at the Plaza Shelter at the flagpole, we'll be having a 30-minute program led by a volunteer. We're walking you through the story of Flight 93 through the perspective of some of the passengers and crew. Once again, thank you all for visiting, and this concludes our national reflaying.
Oh, I hope he comes walking back through. I got a little video. Oh, yeah.
Hey, New York.
And it was like right up on them. Yeah. Yeah, I could see the fish when there's one in school.
Yeah, look weird.
Based on the
It's just.
No. Hey, when's your hit? Yeah, man. They didn't want steak first. Dancing around. It's like you're whispering in a soft voice like that. Yes, the softest voice ever. No. Why would you do that?
So now they're in their moving us down.
You project. So from the time it's on voice,
Then when all of a sudden it's longer, it's actually more work to get it back in shape than to do the plan that they just so
I always think I have enough water. Well, she's more in your shot. I'm drinking all of my I got it. I'm up from New York, so we just pretty dope.
of course, no big deal. It's fine. I just in case. So.
Lightning strike now. Thunder.
All right, thanks, Ron.
She did not. You get a whole first. a little while. How many times you get down with Phase 1 is right on by. I'm not called there. It's really unique.
Perfect, yeah.
So like I'm there like next to him, like with him kind of, you know, but it's different because
It's also time for the time of day, too.
like you're on ground. I'll follow any action. If they get close enough, though, that's it. Right. If they come back and probably it's like a do it, man. You know what? I think it's gonna stop. Yeah, I like that. Long night. It'll be interesting. I'm ready to go full Monday.
Sandy goes, oh, there's a shanty down the street. I'm like, why?
So it's
Still at that boulder? He's talking to the Navy now.
Yep.
Were you at the AP?
LA Times.
How are you feeling, man?
How am I feeling? Yeah, we good. All the Biden.
Yeah, because I remember you used to chat.
Yeah, we were 12, right?
I was 16, and then you came out, I think, right after. I mean, they were definite. All of them, they were like, you're Mr. Biden.
It wasn't like, I think maybe I saw something like that.
Okay.
Everything changed a couple months ago.
Selfishly, it was a personal favorite. I'm very glad.
George Bush, I know. So if you say, like, if I stayed for another, if I stayed until this Trump 10 years, that would be like, but like, I mean, the like, Trump should be there anyway. Same airport. But, you know, so the end of your 20, there's so many candidates. And so Biden never had to choose that. He certainly had like, bigger ones, but like he had a big one. Warren had a big one. And Paris for a time sort of struck, right? So right at the moment, so I was looking at things. There was like a window where I was also doing some like house investigation and stuff. That's kind of what I was hired for, technically. But so they told me it goes into a but so right at the moment, all of a sudden started doing well, just when COVID hit. So the press corps never expanded in a way that it would, right? So when he gets into the White House, it's with me and plus others. South Carolina. That was February 29th. Okay. So 2 weeks later was in the world. So Super Tuesday was President of South Carolina. And so when I got into the White House, I was just struck basically COVID rules straight as well. No one would coming off so much of the press corps were either people who stayed Trump or maybe covered him as vice president, but didn't really cover him on the road for the time, you know. And no one really covered him as vice president. Some like Peter Baker. So anyway, like I just in the first 6 months, I'm like, no one understands like how did this guy got here, you know? And the questions at briefings, I could like rolling my eyes. So that was when I started like, I should write a book. Like this guy won the presidency. Like how did he actually get there? And I tried a handful of times, right? Well, kind of by accident, but I'm supposed to do it. Okay. We almost ran out of 16 years. So like the fascinating story that's really never been fully told. So
yeah, you know, it's just funny how this stuff like it doesn't fully get told because there was other things that and then to this time, everyone's like saying, very matter of fact, they're like, oh yeah, you know, the Obama special. It's like, what's that?
Right? No. I mean, I know, wrote in his book, but bluntly, feeling like he didn't have to Obama's support. Yes. You know, and heard him, but and so the day after he announced it, I just focus on this girl. No, like the whole point of the book is to tell the larger story. And what happened now was so heavily influenced by what happened 8 years ago. You have to tell it. It's very Biden, very poetic, right? It all like circles back. So he was like, it's really good point. I had something to do. You know, so like.
Do these people like to play ball with people writing books?
I feel like some of the Biden people have been like very defensive. Sure. And like they'll talk about fully cooperate and depending on what's going on. Now I think there's very much and I think that works. But like I point to Obama. This perception that he puts out, we know Obama was one of the very few people who knew that what was said. So certainly if I would have liked to support Obama, it was less about like I'm all in with the race. It's more like I know Biden is not his son is dying. He knew how that would destroy him. Right? So like, you know, so that's kind of my. That's my sense. That it wasn't like a cold conflict. I'm sure he must have thought that. And certainly some of his advisors thought that, you know.
Yeah, but it was less like him intentionally sinking a knife into his back versus.
One, but person who writes something and then just like it becomes this like conventionalism, and it's like, oh, who told you that? Like, well, it's so hard from somebody who read it. Like, that's how this works. You know?
Which is so funny too from like our perspective, because like, I mean, I guess from any if it comes out of your mouth, don't that's like have some sort of fucking fuck. It's true. That you thought or know it. It's not always. That's cool. Congratulations. I look forward to. It's nice.
See you later. No, it's have a good day. You too.
Like standby.
They're coming back.
So I can speak for them and say they are. You guys are hot stuff. The uniforms are, they're not stood out.
Says the legend. I've never heard of There you go.
Yeah, they're probably.
We walk behind the memorial. Held them as long as we could.